For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Acapone Raceway Club looks like a tight and twisty circuit. Speed is important, but being able to navigate those sharp corners efficiently will make a big difference. Acceleration out of the corners is also key because you'll want to keep up the momentum without losing control. Overall, a balanced mix of agility and decent speed would give an edge here. Oh, this is a classic matchup of vintage racing machines. The Penske PC23 is a solid choice with its aerodynamic design and history of racing prowess. On the other hand, the Lola T9500 is also a powerful contender, known for its speed and agility. Given that these are both 1995 models, it really comes down to how well each car was maintained and tuned for this virtual race. Personally, I'd lean towards the Penske because it's got a slightly more streamlined profile and a reputation for consistent performance. But hey, don't count out the Lola just yet. It's a fierce competitor and could surprise us with its raw speed. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race is underway at Acapone Raceway Club and Gina Jones is starting on pole in her classic 1995 Penske PC 23. Let's see if her vintage ride can hold off the newer competition. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Just Pantakis is holding the second spot. Bacio Grande is in third place. Looks like a tight start so far. Bacio Grande overtook someone to climb into second place. Just Panchakes and Bacio Grande are nose to nose for that spot. Deluxe Combo is also making moves. Now in fourth. Things are heating up at the front. Tyler is really taking the scenic route at the back of the pack now. Just Pancakes is climbing steadily into the top three. Rosigo Gaming is inching closer to the leaders, making a nice move up the field. Beef Sliders is holding on to 7th place, that Shotsky's is right behind him. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are battling for 12th, with just a few car lengths between them. Just Panchakis is driving a Lola T9500, which is holding second place. Looks like they're staying consistent and avoiding trouble so far. Rosegol Gaming is holding the fastest lap and sitting in 5th place. Looks like he's got some pace but needs to find a way to move up. Dr. Keats Eppleway is racing a Reynard 95i and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 47 seconds, so they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Pippi Langstrom is racing a Reynard 95i, which is a bit slower than the Penske and Lola cars at the front. Their race looks like a struggle, currently in 14th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Dr. Keeps Appleway is racing a Reynard 95i and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Well, look at that. Gina Jones just took the checkered flag. Guess she's the queen of the track now. Wow, Gina Jones took the win. Congratulations to them. That was some impressive driving. Now, as for Hingle McCringleberry, since they won the bet race, they get to claim the vintage 1995 Penske PC 23. Pretty epic choice, hope they know how to handle all that speed. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because NOLA Motorsports Park has a mix of tight corners and fast sweeping turns. Power is important, but if the car can't dance through the curves smoothly, it's going to lose precious seconds. Braking stability also plays a big role here since you'll need to slow down confidently before those tricky corners. Overall, I think a well-balanced car that can change directions quickly and maintain control will come out on top. Oh wow, what a throwback race that's going to be. I mean, the Cooper Type 61 Monaco is a classic, but the McLaren M1B is no slouch either. If I had to guess, I'd say the McLaren might have a slight edge because it's a bit more modern and tuned for racing. But who knows? The Cooper could surprise us with some vintage charm and agility. It's really going to come down to how well those AI drivers handle the curves. I'm excited to see this showdown. Alright, everyone, the race just kicked off at NOLA Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is the vintage ultralights car class. New for Life is starting on pole in a classic 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco Dada. Let's see if vintage charm can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with Move for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second, and Gina Jones in third. Looks like a tight start already. Gina Jones and I are neck and neck for third place. Amy is comfortably in first now. Gina is trying to hold me off as I push to overtake. Hingle McCringleberry and Figure 8 Sport are nose to tail for 5th place. Givensero Guide making a nice climb, jumping 2 spots to 15th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th. Givensero Guy is climbing up to 15th place. The Grantenchanter advances to 7th place. Givensero Guy climbs to 13th place. Anaxagorex and Fivenzero Guy are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a vintage McLaren M1B. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, probably enjoying the view from the middle of the pack. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Figure 8 Sport, the gap shrinking nicely. Hingle McCringleberry and Figure 8 Sport are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Jade Anburn is climbing up to 16th. Lil the Old Guy is inching closer to the top 20, now in 18th. The vintage ultralights are holding their ground with most in the top 10, showing the track suits their classic lightweight design. Group 2 cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track's demands, or perhaps just a bit less nimble. The Grantenchanter is driving a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the front runners. New for Life is now in 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 5th. Givensero Guy is in 12th. Anaxagorex is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Tunt. They're currently in 16th place, so not quite sprinting ahead but holding steady in the middle of the pack. Maya is now just a second behind New for Life. Looks like a move is coming soon. Hingle McCringleberry is right on Gina Jones's tail, closing in fast. That power battle is heating up, with both racers pushing hard. New for Life is closing in on Amy pretty fast now. The gap shrank by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot and is now in 4th. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 4th place. Looks like a close fight. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and I are still neck and neck for 4th. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle are battling hard for 5th. Gina Jones is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider, a lightweight and agile car. She's currently in third place, staying close behind the leaders. Her fastest lap is just over a minute 58, so she's keeping a decent pace. Edsos21 is driving a 1967 Hillman Impatti. Their race seems to be a bit of a roller coaster, currently in 17th place, with a decent lap time for the class. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Well done, Amy. You really drove your virtual car to victory. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for setting the fastest lap. Sounds like she's earned herself a sleek vintage ride, the 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. That car is a beauty. Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes today. That's some impressive hustle. You can claim the 1966 McLaren M1B. Looks like everyone got a chance to walk away with a pretty sweet ride today. A fun fact about the 1994 Ferrari F355 Challenge is that it was specifically built for racing and track use, making it quite the spirited competitor. It features a naturally aspirated V8 engine that produces a very satisfying sound, often called one of the best Ferrari engine notes ever. Plus, it was one of the first cars designed solely for the Challenge series, so it's like the race car version that was too good for the street. Alright, so we've got Gina Jones with a slightly lower win count but a higher ranking, and Hingle McCringleberry with a bit more wins and a better rank. It's a pretty close call, honestly. Gina might have more experience, but Hingle seems to be slightly more successful overall. I'd probably put my chips on Hingle, just because that extra few wins might mean they've got a tiny edge in skill, or maybe just luck. But hey, with both of these drivers, I wouldn't be surprised if Gina suddenly pulls off a surprise. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, Gina Jones in her 1994 Ferrari F355 Challenge is taking the pole position at the LEGO Speed Champions track. Looks like she's got the early lead. So let's see if she can keep that pace up. Hingle Kringleberry has shot off the line to lead the race. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. Tyler Drums 31 is right behind in third, ready to make a move. Radicero Activa Vixen is climbing up to 5th place. She's now battling closely with New for Life. For 4, Lemon Cold Games has moved into 10th place, closing the gap. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 5th place. U20 Plays is now in 7th. Aussie 2002 and Zara Timalayev are nose to nose for 8th. Aussie Yatsu 10 just overtook Zero Time Live, and now they are side by side for 8th place. Things are heating up in that battle. Tyler Drums 31 is driving a Ferrari 355 Challenge just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding a solid position but haven't made a move yet. Amy is in the 15th place with a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Looks like she's struggling to keep up, currently trailing the pack. U20 Plays and Radicero Activa Vixen are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy just climbed one spot to 14th. Bia Art and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th. The Ferrari 355 Challenge seems evenly matched, but the track might be favoring consistent drivers over outright speed, since everyone's lap times are identical. Kaiosify is in 12th place with a Ferrari 355 Challenge. Looks like they're hanging back a bit, probably saving fuel or just enjoying the scenery. Maya is currently in 10th place just behind the top 9. Her car's a Ferrari 355 Challenge, same as everyone else. So it's all about skill and strategy now. Looks like she's trying to make a move but hasn't quite broken through yet. Tyler Drums 31 is really having a rough time dropping back to 14. New for Life is climbing steadily into 3rd. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves into 4th. Looks like a battle for the top 5 shaping up. Zero Team Alive just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Kaiosify is also climbing up, now in 9th place. Lemon Cult Games and Kaiosify are nose to nose, fighting for 9th. Maya is climbing fast into the top 10. BOR is also making moves up the field. Amy is catching up, closing the gap behind. Maya is currently in 10th place with a fastest lap of 1:28.443. Her car is a Ferrari 355 Challenge from 1994. She's holding her own but needs to find some speed to climb higher. BioArt is on a roll, climbing up to 2nd place after overtaking 8 cars. Amy is making a solid move, now in 8th after passing 3. Hingle Kringleberry is having a tough time dropping 11 spots to 12. BioArt is having a rough time dropping to 14th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 2nd place. Radicero Activa Vixen is also moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Lemon Cult Games is currently in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1:28.596. Their car is a Ferrari 355 Challenge, and they seem to be holding a decent pace but haven't made any big moves yet. Serotimidev is on a roll, making a move to second place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is having a rough patch, dropping 7 spots to 9. Scott Dixon is closing in fast on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 8.7 seconds. Wow, looks like New for Life just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, New for Life, congratulations on winning the race. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now, Hingle McCringleberry, you've snagged the fastest lap, which is no small feat. You can claim the 1994 Ferrari F355 Challenge. And Amy, with the most overtakes, you also get a shot at that same beauty. Great job to both of you for really leaving the competition in the dust. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your chance to make your pick before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the action. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. Scott Dixon in 1991. Vauxhall Cavalier versus Pippi Langstrumpf in a 1997 Volvo S40. The Cavalier is definitely a classic. Probably a bit more nimble and lightweight, but maybe lacking in modern tech and speed. On the other hand, Pippi's Volvo is a bit newer, likely more comfortable, and maybe with better handling. But Volvos aren't exactly known for their racing prowess. If the race is all about raw speed and agility, I'd give a slight edge to Scott's Cavalier for its potential to be more lightweight and tricky around corners. But if the Volvo manages to leverage some better stability and steady acceleration, Pippi could surprise us. Overall, I'd put my chips on Scott with the Cavalier, but only because of that raw vintage charm and the possibility of some unexpected agility. It's going to be close though. This one could go either way. Alright folks, right at the front we got the 1993 Ford Mondeo, a classic choice, starting on pole in the BTC race at Norrisring. This should be fun to watch as it tries to hold off the pack. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place and New for Life in third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. No Life just overtook someone to take second place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in fourth after climbing one spot. Gina Jones has moved up to 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Jade Silgaming is making a move to 13th. Looks like some progress. Celestia Linari is driving the 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally. They're currently in 15th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Aerotech just gained one spot, now in 9th place. Shalesy and Bacon are nose to nose for 11th. Looks like a close fight there. New for Life is holding a slim lead over Maya for first place. Shalesy just gained a spot and is now in 11th. Bacon and Shalesy are nose to nose for 11th. Shalesy is driving a 1988 BMW 635 CSI. Looks like they're holding steady in 11th place, not making much noise, but staying in the pack. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 3rd place. Bleach Mepshi and Celestia Linari are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Scott Dixon has just overtaken someone to move into 2nd place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for that 2nd spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Move for Life are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Shalesy is driving a 1988 BMW 635 CSI. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of nearly 1:4. They might need a miracle to catch up. Dude Smokey Oblunt is driving a 1995 Seat Ibiza, and it looks like he's holding steady in the Group N class. But his lap times are a bit slower compared to the front runners. Pippi Langstrup is driving a Volvo Sporty from 1997. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Celestia Linari and Bacon are nose to nose for 12th. Looks like a good scrap brewing there. Bacon's car is a 1999 Citroën X Aura, and it looks like they're struggling a bit with the pace, currently in the 12th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Pippi Langström is driving a Volvo S40 from 1997. They're currently in third place and have the fastest lap time among the BTC cars, showing some real pace. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Scott Dixon is leading the race in a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. He's been quick with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 0.00583 seconds. Looks like he's got a comfortable gap at the moment. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congrats on the win. Wow, congratulations to Maya for the win. That was an impressive race. Scott Dixon, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the classic 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. From BTCC, nice job showing off your speed. And new for life, you really went full throttle with the most overtakes, so you can take home the 1998 Ford Mondeo from BTCC. Great hustle out there. Who's ready for the next round? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because tight corners and technical sections demand a car that can maneuver smoothly and quickly. While speed is important, the ability to maintain control through the curves will really make or break the performance here. A car that excels in quick direction changes and stability would have the advantage in these racing conditions. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Ferrari 312 is a legendary car known for its speed and agility, especially in the hands of a skilled driver. The BRMP 83, on the other hand, is a bit of a dark horse with some unique design quirks. Given that it's a race with AI driving, I think the Ferrari might have the edge. But you never know with AI sometimes taking unexpected shortcuts or making bold moves. I'm leaning towards Balsamic Vintul 183 and the Ferrari taking the win. But Mafia Mavi's BRM could surprise us if it finds the perfect racing line. It's going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Anadara Circuit. Scrooge is on pole, piloting a sleek 1967 Brabham BT24. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Scrooge has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is hanging tight in second. Ruki Miriki is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Inga Mikringelberry is now 7th. Mafia Mave has climbed to 10th. Amy is closing in on the top 4. Gabitha Minimak just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Ruki Miriki and Gabitha Minimak are nose-to-tail fighting for 3rd. Mafia Mavi and I are locked in a close duel for 8th. Ruki Miriki is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now in 4th. Mafia Mavi is making a move to 8th. Hingle May Kringleberry is climbing fast and now sits in 5th place. Gabitha Minimak and Hingle are nose-to-nose for 5th position. Nick Tsaromova is making a move and is now in 15th. Princess Wildface is driving a 1967 Eagle Mark 1T1. Looks like she's stuck at the back, in 18th place. Probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Mafia Mavi is sneaking into 7th place. Sir Ganungay and Mafia Mavi are practically glued together for that spot. Basiness Art Boo is chopping down the gap to Flinchicott 21, inching closer with every second. The F1 1967 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the Onodera circuit's tight corners are probably favoring the more agile models like the Lotus and Eagle. The slower cars might struggle to overtake on this track. Nekta Romava is climbing up to 14th place. Rome Spider and Nexa Ramaval are nose-to-tail for the same spot. Princess Wildface is inching closer to Mugutsu, closing the gap by over a second. Princess Wildface and Mugutsu are battling for 17th place. Rome Spider climbs to 14th place. Princess Wildface and Mugutsu are neck and neck for 17th. Necrophantasm is closing the gap on base Nazar 2, now just a second and a half behind. Inga is holding 8 and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably trying to make a late push. Necrophantasm is sitting in the last place, but has the fastest lap, so he's probably just saving fuel or tires for a late push. Scott Dixon is driving a 1967 Lotus 49, and he's holding 2nd place. He's got the 2nd fastest lap so far, so he's pushing hard but not quite catching the leader. Looks like he's staying consistent. Amy is driving a 1967 Eagle Mark 1T1. She's currently in 4th place, just behind the top 3. Her fastest lap is 1:37.52, showing she's holding her own. Looks like she's staying competitive so far. Wow, Screwed Champ, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your win. I guess the race was just too easy for you. Wow, look at that! Scrooge Champ really took the win, huh? Congrats to them. They must be feeling pretty good about that victory. Let's see if they can keep up the streak in the next race. sure. The 2010 Oreca FLM 09 is pretty interesting because it was specifically designed for the Le Mans series, making it a real contender in the world of endurance racing. Fun fact is it's powered by a Ford V8 engine, which gives it that classic American muscle sound, even though it's built in France. Basically, it's a French race car with a little American muscle attitude. Alright, so we're looking at Girl Lofteman cruising in a 2010 Oreca FL9, which is definitely a solid choice for endurance and handling, but it's a bit on the older side now. On the other hand, New for Life is behind the wheel of a 2016 ADIS 03 Nissan, which should have some more modern tech, and possibly better aerodynamics and speed. Given that, I'd probably lean toward New for Life, especially since the 2016 model likely benefits from updates that could give it a slight edge in acceleration and cornering. The Oreca is reliable, but in this race, the newer Nissan might just have that extra spark to come out ahead. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see which of these cars truly dominates Grindelwald today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Grindelwald, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup in the pole position, flying in that 2010 Oreca FLM09. Let's see if she can keep up the pace, or if someone else will surprise us. Gina Jones has shot off the line and taken the lead. Pippi Langstrup is holding strong in second place. Meanwhile, Tupezenda Podcast is hanging on in third, trying to keep up. Indigo Pate is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 13th. Amy and Tupezenda Podcast are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 7th. Girl of Diamond is trying to hold off Amy for 4th place. Maya just overtook someone and is now in 6th. The fight for 3rd is heating up between Amy and Tupezenda Podcast. New for Life just overtook someone to grab the 6th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on him, trying to make a move for 7th. Ingo McCringleberry is creeping up behind them, eyeing 8th. Things are heating up in the middle of the pack. Indigo Peta is driving a 26 Panos Esperant GT4. They are currently in the 15th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Tupezenda Podcast is closing in on Pippi Langstrup and has cut the gap by 3 seconds. Lacrayon 1980 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Bucci Zero has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Lacroixon 1980 is closing in fast on Hingle McCringleberry, chipping away at that 13.1 second gap. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Amy is climbing up one spot to grab the third place. Gina Jones is now in first place. Amy has moved up to second. 2Ps and a podcast is in third. The race is heating up. Justin Gilks is on the rise, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Buccitzero is having a tough time, dropping 8 places to 16. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily, now in 3rd after gaining 1 position. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Buccitzero rapidly, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. 2Ps and a podcast is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, jumping 2 spots to take 5th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Buccitzero fast, cutting the gap by 15.6 seconds. Mr. Roche has climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Double and Indigo Pete are locked in a tight battle for 12th. Mr. Roche is climbing up to 7th place. Billy is now in 8th. Justin Gilks has moved into 9th. Looks like some steady progress. Atelier Torias is driving a Nissan 370Z Naze MOGT for Saab. They're currently in the 13th place and their lap time is over a second slower than the car ahead. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Buccitzero, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. New for Life has also moved up 1 spot to sit in 5th. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 20-town Aurica FL M09. They're currently in the first position, but their lap time is suspiciously slow at over 2 minutes. Looks like they might be having some issues or just taking it easy. New for Life is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry fast, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Village is hot on the heels of Mr. Roche, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Indigo Patey just moved up 1 spot to 10th place, climbing the ranks. Two Peas and a Podcast is closing in on Amy, and has cut the gap by nearly 3 seconds. New for Life has moved up 1 spot into 4th place. Girl of Diamond is gaining on Pippi Langstrom and has reduced the distance by over a second. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like all those practice runs paid off. Well deserved. Wow! Gina Jones took the checkered flag. Great job, Gina! You really showed those cars what you're made of. Now, for the lucky drivers, Amy, you set the fastest lap of the race. That 2017 Norma M30 LMP3 is all yours. And new for life, you won the bet race, so you can claim the 2016 ATIS 03 Nissan LMP3. Congrats to both of you. Here's a fun fact about the Brands Hatch GP track for you. Did you know that this circuit is famous for its challenging combination of fast corners and elevation changes? It actually has one of the most iconic corners called Graham Hill Bend, named after the legendary Formula 1 champion. It's a great place where drivers really test their skills and guts. So, expect some dramatic moments when those cars hit that bend at full speed. Hey everyone, get your choices in now before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on the thrill of seeing which car will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your pick. Alright folks, this is a classic showdown. On one side we have Hingle McCringleberry in a 2009 Holden Commodore GTS. That car is big, that's true, and it's got some muscle under the hood, which can be a game changer on longer straightaways. On the other side, Unstable driving a 28 Lotus Elise S, a tiny but nimble little thing that's all about agility in corners. If this race is all about power and straight line speed, Hingle might have the edge. But if finesse and quick cornering are the keys, Unstable's little Lotus could sneak ahead. Honestly, I'd bet on the Lotus handling skills to give it a surprise finish, especially on a challenging track like Brands Hatch, where finesse matters just as much as raw speed. But, hey, in AI racing, anything could happen, so don't count anyone out just yet. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Brands Hatch GP. And leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a stylish 2009 BMW Z4. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others have a trick up their sleeve. Scott Dixon is leading the race. Schmerzen Live is in second place, and New for Life is holding on to third. The pack is still settling in, so expect some early shuffles. New for Life just overtook someone to take second place. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth. Amy and Juna got the leads, are nose to nose for 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. She's closing in on Scott Dixon for the lead. New for Life and Gina are locked in a fierce fight for second. Dana Jones is now in first place. Pippi Langstrup is in third. Gekricht has moved up to sixth. The race is heating up. Pippi Langstrup is now in first place. Schmerzenleib and Wolf for Life are battling hard for fourth. Krisch is closing the gap on Schmerzenleib, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Schmerzenleib is climbing up to fourth place. New for Life and Schmerzenleib are still nose to nose for that spot. Aussie Ebvu 10 and 2 is now in 10th place, inching closer to the top 10 GW. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for first place. New for Life just snuck into fourth. Aussie Dotto 10 and 2 is climbing into the top 10Y. Dude the Smoky A Blunt is making a move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Schmerzenleib and Wu for Life are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Aussie 2002 and I are nose to tail, battling for 8th place. Bobardo is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 12. Gekricht just nudged into 5th. Aussie Duo 1002 gained 2 places, now 7. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Cake Gang Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 4th. Amy climbing 2 spots, now in 6th. Krikrish is climbing up to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Krikshik are nose to nose for that spot. Maya is making her way to 8th place, gaining 2 positions. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Craig and Scott Dixon still neck and neck for that spot. Jude Smoky A Blunt and Schmerzenleib are battling hard for 9th. Kekreich is climbing to 4th place. Jonas Gottelieds is advancing to 14th. No overtakes yet, but the race is heating up. New for Life is driving a 2014 Lotus Evora S, which is known for its balanced handling and lightweight design. Looks like they're holding steady in 3rd place, but no real threat from behind or ahead so far. Aussie at 2002 and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Dude Smoky A Blunt just gained 1 spot to 9th. Orange Funk is also climbing, moving up to 12th. Maya is now 7th, closing the gap with the top 6. Unstabil has gained 1 position, now in 16th. Amy is narrowing the distance to Scott Dixon, just over a second behind. Bobardo is driving a 2003 Mitsubishi Evo 8FQ 400, a car known for its raw power and rally heritage. They're currently in the 11th place with the fastest lap of just over 2 minutes 9 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Bobardo is gaining on Schmerzenlive, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Unstabil just nudged ahead of Wild Cabanoni for 15th place. They're nose to nose. This could get interesting. Ozio Clutan 2 and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Wild Cabanoni just gained a spot and is now in 15th. Pippi Langstrump is leading the race with the 2020 Hennessy Venom F5D Twin. It's a beast with a top speed that makes the others look slow. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead so far. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrump, shrinking the gap by a second. Amy has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd place. No for Life and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd place. Krishk is closing in on Mew for Life. Fast. Just a second behind now. They're battling hard for 4th place. Maya is climbing up, now in 6th, looking to make a move. Gina Jones is trying to hold off Amy for 2nd place. No for Life and Amy are still neck and neck for 3rd. Hingelme, Kringleberry, and Schmerzenlive are trading positions in the mid-pack. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Kay Krishka snuck into 4th and is closing in. The fight for 3rd between Amy and Krishki is heating up. New for Life has just overtaken someone to climb into 4th place. Ozzy22 is making a move and is now in 7th. Eunice Gottlieb is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by over a second, so expect some fireworks soon. Wow, Pippi Langstrump just won the race. Clearly she's got the speed and the spirit. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Pippi Langstrump has taken the victory. Congratulations on that fantastic win. You really showed them how it's done. And for Hingle McCringleberry, you've earned yourself a 2009 Holden Commodore GTS. Nice work winning that race. Looks like you're about to upgrade your ride to something pretty sweet. Keep it up, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. With no chicane to slow things down, being able to take the corners smoothly and quickly is key. A car with sharp steering and good grip will really shine here. Acceleration out of the turns is also crucial, since straight sections are relatively short. Overall, a well-balanced car that can dart through the corners and then surge forward would be ideal for conquering Lime Rock Park without the chicane. Alright, this is a classic battle of vintage beasts. The Macchi Mark 12 from 1968 is known for its agility and raw power, but the Eagle Mark 5 has that smooth handling, and perhaps a bit more stability on straightaways. Lime Rock Park without the chicane favors a strong combination of speed and cornering, so it's really a toss-up. Hingle McCringleberry might have the edge if his car's lighter and more nimble, but New for Life's Eagle could take it if he plays it smart through the corners. I'd say it's going to be a close one, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Eagle Mark 5, weaving through with a commanding lead in those sharp turns. Let's see if the AI can surprise us. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Lime Rock Park on the no chicane track. Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole, cruising in a classic 1968 Macchi Mark 12 in the Formula 5000 class. Let's see if his vintage ride can hold up. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead. New for Life is holding strong in second place. Shotskis is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start. Move for Life is now in first place. Lux Ravenous has climbed to fourth. Kapsumegil is in sixth. The race is heating up. Maya is now 7th, climbing 1 spot. Scott Dixon is 9th, also up 1. Kudukachu has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Zachary TV just climbed 1 spot to 11. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 12th. Hippie Langstrom and Amy are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Scott Dixon is driving a 1968 Surtees TS5. He's currently in 8th place, so he's not exactly making waves but not sinking either. New for Life is leading in a 1968 Eagle Mark 5, which is known for its balanced performance. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable lead. Cthulhukachu is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A. Their race looks pretty quiet so far with no recorded lap time, so they might be taking it easy, or facing some issues. Lux Ravenous is driving a 1968 Crossel 15 if they're holding on to 5th place and have the fastest lap among the midfielders, so they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. Hippie Langstrom is racing a 1968 Lola T190. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 14th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Gmaxiate. Gmaxiate and Maya are side by side fighting for 5th. Amy has advanced to 12th place, making some progress. Gmaxiate just overtook another car and is now in 5th place. Maya is right behind, trying to find a way past. Maya just gained one more spot and is now in 5th place. Zenyahima and Katsuma Girl are nose-to-nose for 7th. Scott Dixon and Zenyahima are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Zenyahima is climbing up to 7th place. Katsuma Girl and Zenyahima are nose-to-nose for 7th. Sakurai TV and Keto Hukachu are neck and neck for 10th. Sakurai TV is climbing to 10th place. Gina Jones is narrowing the gap to Pippi Langstrom by almost 2 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Shotskis is driving a 1968 Eagle Mark V. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 55.762 seconds, showing they're holding their own. Shotskis just overtook Hingle McCringleberry and is now in 2nd place. They're nose-to-nose in a close fight for that spot. No for Life is leading in a 1968 Eagle Mark V, which is known for its balanced handling and reliability. Looks like they're holding a solid lead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Kanye is driving a 1966 McLaren N10A. She's currently in 8th place and has the slowest lap time among the top 10. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like you really know how to cross the finish line first. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to New For Life for taking the victory. That was an impressive race. And hey, since you also nailed the fastest lap, you can now claim this vintage 1968 Eagle Mark V from the Formula 5000 series. What a legendary ride to add to your collection. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since the street circuit has tight turns and narrow sections. A car that can quickly change direction and stay glued to the road would shine here. Power is important too. But if the car can't handle those sharp corners smoothly, it won't matter how fast it can go straight. Essentially, nimbleness and precise steering are the keys to conquering the Sydney Homebush street circuit. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one dominates the track. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Porsche Carrera GTR is known for its agility and sporty handling, especially with those sleek curves. On the other hand, the Maserati MC12 GT1 is a beast with its raw power and endurance capability. Since the Sydney Homebush street circuit is tight and twisty, I'd bet Amy's Porsche might have a slight edge with its nimbleness. But Scott's Maserati isn't about to be left in the dust easily. Its power could definitely make up ground in the straightaways. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But I'd lean towards Amy's Porsche taking this one by a nose. Just because the circuit might favor sharper, more responsive handling. Let's see if the AI can surprise us. Alright folks, K Boomper's on pole, driving a 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6R. Let's see if that old school beast can hold off the competition. K Boomper has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrom is holding strong in second place. Ingo McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Dishonored Fox is climbing up to 12th place. Shron is now in 14th place. Unclearly Gaming has moved up to 16th place. The GTR class is dominating with top positions, showing strong performance on this street circuit. KDU Ultralights are trailing behind, likely struggling with the tight turns and street layout. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that second spot. Lebis 3 and Dishonored Fox are locked in a close fight for 12. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap to the leader. Gina Jones is right behind in fourth. Cheryl Nedza Roses is gaining on Bubbo T, shrinking the distance by almost 2 seconds. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 13th place. Exception and Ebony Shadow are nose to tail for 17. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Exception just slipped past one car to move into 17. Exception is driving a 1996 Osella PA21 Honda, which is a classic ultralight with a reputation for agility. Looks like they're stuck in the back half of the pack, probably struggling to keep up with the faster cars up front. Medisbury and Cheryl Nazirosis are wheel-to-wheel for 10th place. Shron and Plebis 3 are locked in a close fight for 13th. Exception is racing a 1996 Osella P21 Honda, which is known for its lightweight design and agility. They are currently in 18th place, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Maya is now in second place. The Dreamkeeper has climbed to 13th. Unclearly Gaming is in 14th. The race is heating up. Amy is in 7th place with a Porsche Carrera GTR. Their fastest lap is just over 1 minute 34 seconds. The race looks tight for them, but they're holding steady. Dishonored Fox is driving a Radical SR3 from 2005. They're currently in 12th place but are close to the middle of the pack. Their lap time is pretty consistent, so they might be holding steady. Uncleely Gaming is driving a Back Mono, a lightweight ultralight known for sharp handling. They're currently in the last place among ultralights, and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than others. Jeremy Mitsurosis is driving a Norma M20FC, a lightweight and agile prototype designed for endurance racing. Their race looks like a long haul, with a slow lap time compared to the leaders, sitting in 10th place. Bubote is driving a Koenigsegg CCGT from 27. They're currently in 9th place, but their lap time of 1:34.237 suggests they're not quite as quick as the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Saleen 7R, which is known for its speed and agility. They're currently in 3rd place, just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding steady and staying competitive. Wow, K-Bumper just took the victory. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well-deserved win. Wow, what a legendary performance from Maya. Winning the race, snagging the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone like a pro. That's what I call a triple crown. Congratulations, Maya. You're officially the queen of the track today. As for the cars up for grabs, Maya, you've earned that 1998 TV. R-Speed 12 GTS. That's a stunning choice for a victory lap. Amy, since you won the bet race, you get the 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. Nice pick. Looks like we've got some serious car envy happening here. Sure. Did you know that the 1985 Ferrari 308 GTS was one of the first Ferraris to feature a Targa roof? It made cruising around with the top off a breeze, giving you that perfect mix of style and sunshine. Plus, it's often remembered for its iconic design that basically defined what a classic Ferrari looks like. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices fast, or you might be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Hurry up before it's too late. Ooh, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Buick GNX is a beast, especially for its era, with that turbocharged power pushing it forward. On the other hand, the BMW M5E28 is known for its balance and handling, which could come in handy on a tricky track like Brno. If we're talking raw speed and power, I'd probably give the edge to Xacitor and the Buick. But if Zero Time Life can outmaneuver with precision and finesse, it could make for a tight race. Honestly, I'd say it's anyone's game, but I've got a sneaky suspicion the old school muscle might just have that extra burst to take the win. We'll see how it plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Brno and Enner Pinkwolf is sitting at the front in a classic 1985 Alfa Romeo G. P6. That's a blast from the past right there. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the newer rivals. Enner Pinkwolf is leading the race, followed closely by Famaka in second place. Frankfurti is currently in third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Silhouette is on a roll, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to sit in 6th. Frankfurti is inching closer to the front, now in second after a single overtake. Inga McCringleberry and I are nose to tail for 6th place. Strutting Jarl and Henfatig are also locked in a close fight for 8. It's Theriot Pair and Pippi Langstrump are battling it out for 11. Silhouette just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 5th. Hingle McCringleberry and Dr. Felix are still nose to nose for 6th. Frankfurti and Enner Pinkwolf are nose to nose for 1st place. Dr. Felix just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Maya and Dr. Felix are battling for 5th place. Looks like a close one. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into 5th place. Deethers and its Theri Aper are nose to nose for 10th. Amy and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a close fight for 12th. Frankfurti just overtook to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Dr. Felix and Hingle are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like a battle for the middle. Silhouette and Enner Pinkwolf are nose to tail for 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 4th. Dr. Felix is also making moves, now in 6th. Silhouette is making a move up to 2nd place. Strutting Jarl and Henfatig are still nose to nose for 8. Jerome Netsiroses is climbing to 16. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Dr. Felix X are still neck and neck fighting for 6th. Strutting Jarl advances 1 position to 8. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Henfatig is advancing to 8th place. Amy is making a move to 10th place. Sasatura is in the middle of the pack, just ahead of Zero Time Leap. Zero Team Alive is trying to catch up, but Sasatura has a slight edge for now. Looks like a close finish is still possible. Amy is closing in on Strutting Jarl, the gap shrinking by over a second. Sasatura is climbing up to 14th place. Cheromitsurosis is also moving up to 15th place. APO Dope is inching closer to Gina Jones for 20th place. They're really neck and neck right now. Serotimliaev is now in 16th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 20th place. APO Dope and Gina Jones are battling closely for the 20th spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Strutting Jarl just overtook Amy for 9. Pippi Langstrom and Zero Timelev are nose to nose for 16. Move for Life is driving a 1987 Buick GX, a car known for its turbocharged V6 and aggressive styling. Looks like their race is not going well, sitting in the last place and trailing behind the pack. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. King Chu 22 is climbing up one spot to 12th place. It's their Epera and King Chu 22 are locked in a tight battle for 12th place. Amy just sneaked into 8th place. D6 and Strutting Jarl on nose to tail for 10. Looks like a little push could shake things up. Hingonmi Kringleberry and Famaka are nose to tail for 5th place. D-Fertz is inching up to 10th, just one spot away from the top 10. D-Fertz and Henfettig are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Henfettig is driving a BMW M5 E28, starting in 6th and currently in 9th. Looks like they're struggling a bit with pace, sitting behind the pack, and not making much progress. Hingomi Kringleberry just sneaked into 5th place. Looks like someone's got a taste for the top 5. Move for Life and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 17. This could turn into a real drag race or a slow motion showdown. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 10th place. No for Life is making a move to 17. Both pushing forward. Strutting Jarl is in a Ford Sierra RS 500 Cosworth, known for its turbocharged power and rally heritage. They're currently in the 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Dr. Felix and Amy are now nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like Amy is trying to squeeze through. Wow, Frank Wordy just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Frankwärty for winning the race. Nice work out there. And a big shout out to Amy for doing the most overtakes today. Amy, you can claim the vintage glory of a 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo. That car has got some serious retro street cred. Sure thing. Did you know that the Autodromo Lago Maggiore Center reverse track is actually a mirror image of the original layout? That means the drivers get to experience the twists and turns all over again, but with a whole new perspective. It's like a racing déjà vu, just with more fun and fewer confusing road signs. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks before these AI cars go racing without you. Don't say I didn't warn you if you miss out on the best ride. Hey Naibiv, welcome back. Glad to see you return to the racing fun. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars speed around the track. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. On one side, we have K-Bumper with that vintage Panos Esperante GETR-1 tune. It's got a certain charm, but let's be honest, it's not exactly the speed demon of today. And then we have Yama Priest with the Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR GT1. That car was built for racing dominance back in its day, with a sleek design and serious power. Given the car choices, I'd say the Mercedes has a clear advantage at this track. It's likely to handle those turns better and maintain higher speeds through the corners. The Panos might have a few tricks up its sleeve, but I'm placing my bets on the Mercedes to take the win here. We'll see if the vintage charm can outpace modern engineering. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at the Autodromo Lago Maggiore Center reverse. Lord Buttrell is starting on pole in a classic 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lid. Lord Buttrell has taken an early lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second, and K-Bumper is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Inga McCringleberry is on a tear, climbing 4 spots to third place. Aerotech is also making moves, jumping 4 positions to 7th. K-Bumper is not wasting time, moving up 1 spot to second. Naibe is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Tyler is also making moves. Now 9. Timborghini Tube is catching up, sneaking into 11th. Naturally Unlucky is making a strong move up to 19th place. Krandalive is also climbing, now in 24. Pippi Langstrump is having a rough patch, dropping 14 spots to 29. Aerotech is closing in on Yamapriest, cutting the gap by 1 second. Move for Life is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Gina Jones and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 7. Scott Dixon climbs to 8th place. Tyler advances to 9th. Tim Borghini Tuba pushes into 10th. The race is heating up. Maya is climbing fast into the top 10. Hikari Hamzan is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Oscar Wolf is making steady progress but still has some ground to cover. Crazy Sweet Butt just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Gina Jones and Crazy Sweet Butt are nose to nose for that same spot. Nulavi is closing in on Weifuan, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nulavi and Weifuan are fighting hard for 15. Nulavi is climbing up to 15th place. Waifuane and Nulavi are nose to nose for that spot. Bacorn is also on the move, now in 18th. Hingle McCringleberry and K Boomper are nose to tail for 2nd place. Waifuana just gained 1 spot and is now 15. Nulavi and Weifuan are also fighting for 15th. So expect some fireworks there. Hingle May Kringleberry and K Boomper are nose to nose for 2nd place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th, and he's got New for Life right behind him in a close fight. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 7th place. Oscar Wolf is climbing fast, now in 21st. Are You Serial and Oscar Wolf are close for 21st? Looks like a mini showdown. K Boomper is really having a tough time dropping to 10th place. Aerotech is falling even further back to 14th. Meanwhile, Pippi Langstrump is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Aerotech is really having a rough time dropping to the back of the pack. Nulavi is climbing steadily into the top 15. Waifuana is right behind, inching closer to the top half of the field. Well, look at that. Lord Buttrell claiming victory at Lago Maggiore Center Reverse. Guess all his practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-octane AI racing action. Get ready for some serious car showdowns. Wow, congratulations to Lord Buttrell. That was an impressive race. really showing their skill out there. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for dominating the overtakes. Scott can now claim that classic 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R looks like someone's going to be rolling in style with that one. Here's a fun fact about Indy cars. Did you know they can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour? It's like watching a rocket on wheels. These cars are built for pure speed and agility, making races incredibly exciting. They also have open wheels, which means every bump and turn keeps everyone on the edge of their seats. Basically, they're the rocket ships of the racing world. Oh wow! This is a classic battle of the American icons. Both cars are pretty similar in age, so it's really going to come down to the driver and maybe a little bit of luck. Since it's AI, I guess we can assume they're both programmed to be as competitive as possible. The Honda might have a slight edge with its reputation for handling, but the Chevrolet is known for power. Honestly, it's a tough call, but I'd say the Honda might have a teeny advantage on Sportsland Sugo's twists and turns. But let's not count out the Chevrolet just yet. This is gonna be a fun one to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Sportsland Sugo, and topping the grid is iconic Odd in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like a solid start for him. Let's see if he can hold that pole position. Iconic Odd is leading the race, followed closely by Silhouette in second place. Double is currently in third position, trying to keep up with the front runners. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 7th place. Bean Streams and Bjornar are nose to tail for that spot. Sombush 86 and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 9th. Bjorn Art is dropping back to 14th place. Bean Streams is climbing to 7th. Scott Dixon is now in 8th. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Grumpy Jorf is gaining ground, now in 11th. Gina Jones is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by over a second. Silhouette takes the lead and is now in first place. Double moves up to second. Komitwi and Iconic Odd are still neck and neck for third. Bean Streams is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to 16. Bjorn Art is narrowing the distance to me by 2.7 seconds. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 19th place. Rosauros is also moving up to 20th place. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 18th place. Rosauros is also moving up to 19th place. Looks like they're both on the rise. Justin Giltz is in the 16th position driving a Honda IndyCar. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them so far, as they're not making much progress. Grampierov is currently in 12th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're stuck in the pack and haven't made much progress yet. Scott Dixon's Honda IndyCar is currently in 8th place with the fastest lap of 1:18.8. Ford Ewa. Looks like he's holding steady but not exactly setting the world on fire. Hingham Kringleberry is driving a Honda IndyCar with a fastest lap of just over 1 minute and 18 seconds. They are currently in the 11th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Iconic Odd is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is 1:18.764. Which is solid but not the quickest on the track. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead just yet. Zomwish 86 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy is closing in on Grampy Jurov, also reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy and Grampy Jurov are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Maya is currently in last place with a placeholder time. Looks like the race isn't going her way so far. Amy is in 10th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Her fastest lap is 1:18.626, so she's holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like she's fighting to stay in the points. Amy is currently in the 12th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Her fastest lap is 1:18.626, so she's not exactly setting the world on fire but holding steady. Wow, Silhouette really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned that victory. Wow, Silhouette really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them, that was some excellent driving. Now, for the drivers who get to claim a car, Amy, you crushed that race and can now take home a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Pippi Langström, you really outdid yourself with the most overtakes and can claim a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Great job to both, and to everyone who participated. Sure thing. Did you know that the LEGO Speed Champions track is so detailed that it almost feels like a miniature city? It's like a tiny playground for car enthusiasts where every building and piece of scenery is perfectly scaled. I bet even LEGO fans would be tempted to jump in and give the cars a try. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision. The countdown is nearly up, so don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine tear up the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Amundsen! Welcome back to the madness. Glad you could rejoin us for some epic AI racing action. Buckle up, it's about to get intense. Oh wow! This is quite the nostalgic showdown. The 1968 Morgan Plus 8 is a classic with its lovely vintage style, but it's not exactly known for racing speed. The 1973 Lancia Stratos, on the other hand, is a legendary rally car built for agility and quick turns. Given that, I'd probably lean towards the Stratos taking the lead, especially on a track that rewards nimbleness and sharp handling. The Plus 8 might struggle to keep up unless it has some secret speed up its sleeve. So I'd say the 8th place driver in the Lancia is likely to cross the finish line first, leaving the Morgan in second. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing. Alright, everyone. Maya's on pole in her classic 1971 Ford Falcon XY GTO. She's got the early lead. So let's see if she can hold on to it on this nostalgic streetcar track. Maya is leading the race right now. Nahokaos is in second place, trying to catch up. Yasnin, 196, is in third, hanging on tight. New for Life just overtook someone to take 4th place. Amundsen is closing in on 6, moving up 2 spots. HP, Lootcraft and Amundsen are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 6th place. Hishins is catching up to Amy for 12th. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Amundsen is climbing nicely to 5th place. Vinha 17 is making a small jump to 14th. Amundsen is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 15. HP Lootcraft is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Senor Flip-Flop on 100 and 2020 is also making progress, advancing 1 position to 7th. Maya is leading the race in a 1971 Ford Falcon XY GT-HO. It's holding the top spot comfortably so far. Looks like a smooth run, no signs of trouble. HP Lootcraft is gaining on. No woo for life. Now just a second behind. Senor Flip-Flopone 12020 has climbed to 6th place, closing the gate Boardingtown. Hingle McCringleberry and Senor Flip-Flopone, home to 2020, are nose to tail for 6th. Amy is climbing fast to 10th place. Vinha 17 is inching closer to 12th. Pippi Langström and Vinha 17 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Mahokaos is really closing the gap on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. HP Lootcraft has climbed one spot to 4th, showing some serious determination. Vinha 17 is also making moves, advancing one position to 11th. Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 is closing in on Nubra Life fast enough to make it a race. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020's lead, but not quite close enough yet. And Amy is making moves, climbing 2 spots to sit in 8th place. X-Ragnarox is on a roll, climbing up to 10th place. Amy is dropping back to 15th, maybe she needs a turbo boost. HP Lootcraft is inching closer to Yes 996, closing the gap steadily. Mahokaos is driving a vintage 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 Dota. They're currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay close to the leader. The vintage street cars are holding their own, but the track seems to favor the faster lap times of the Ford Falcon and Camaro. The slower lap times are mostly from the Porsche and Maserati, probably due to handling or grip issues on this track. HP Lootcraft is making a strong push with that fastest lap, but he's still 6 places behind the leader. Let's see if he can close the gap. Wow, Maya, you really zoomed past everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Maya for taking the win. That was an incredible race, and you totally earned it. Now, as for Navu for life, you've got yourself a vintage classic. A 1973 Lancia Stratos. That's a sweet choice. Definitely a car that turns heads on any street. Well done to both of you. A fun fact about the figure 8 track is that its unique layout, with crossing paths in the middle, makes for some seriously exciting and unpredictable races. It's like watching cars do a dance where they might bump into each other. But somehow it all adds to the chaos and fun. It's the track that keeps even the most confident drivers on their toes. Alright everyone, time's almost up, so if you haven't picked a car yet, now's your moment. Don't leave me hanging with a bunch of cars without fans. Make your choice before they all zoom off without you. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. The BMW M135i is known for its balance and power, so it might have an edge in raw speed. Meanwhile, the Lotus Exige is a lightweight and agile car, which could give it an advantage on the tight and twisty figure 8 course. If I had to place a bet, I'd lean towards the Lotus because its nimbleness could help it navigate the tricky turns better. But don't count out the BMW. Sometimes brute force and a steady hand win the day. Who do you think will take the crown? Alright folks, we're kicking off the figure 8 chaos with Nulavi leading the pack in a 2013 Ford Focus ST. A little slow but steady. Let's see if that pole position can hold up, or if the faster cars will catch up soon. Nulavi has taken an early lead, followed closely by Shikumaru in second place. James Mayo is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy just overtook someone to move into third place. Gulukachu is also climbing up, now in fifth. Nyanwu for Life and Gina Jones are neck and neck for seventh. Arlo Coast is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 12 cars. Lithocarp is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 21st. Bush, 86, just gained 1 position, now sitting in 9th. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Inga McCringleberry is also making moves, now in 6th after passing 4 cars. New for Life is gaining ground, now in 8th after overtaking 3 cars. Lithocop is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 7 cars. Brogsworth is climbing steadily, now in 9th place. Amy is making her move, now in 11th place after gaining 1 spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Kaitsu McGill just overtook Scorched Log for 11. Scorched Log is not giving up easily, staying right behind in 12th. Amy is battling to regain ground after dropping 7 spots to 18. Scorched Log dropping back to 19th place. Looks like the struggle is real. James Mayo climbing to 3rd place, making moves. Gina Jones and Cthulhu Kachu still neck and neck for 4th. This race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Move for Life is closing the gap on Zombush 86 by over a second. Thomas Murren is making his way to 15th. Brogsworth is driving a 2013 Ford Focus ST. They are currently in 10th place but seem to be struggling with their lap times, as their fastest lap is slower than most. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Ingela McCringleberry is now in 5th place, inching closer to the top. Kalukachu and Hingala are still neck and neck for 5th place. It's a close one. Katsuma Girl has moved up to 10th place, climbing the ranks. James Mayo is closing in on Shikamaru, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Kazu Girl is climbing up to 9th place. Thomas Moran is advancing to 15th place. Thomas Moran is driving a 2012 Vauxhall Astra GTC VXR. He's currently in the 15th place, and his fastest lap is around 40.511 seconds. Neat. Looks like he's holding steady but not making much noise. James Mayo is closing in on Shikamaru, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Katsuma Girl has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Hippie Langstrom has also gained 1 spot, now in 11th. Gina Jones is driving a 2018 Alpine, a 110, known for its agility and lightweight design. She's currently in 5th place, holding steady with a fastest lap just under 40 seconds. Looks like she's making the most of that nimbleness. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Hingham McCringleberry is now in 4th. Kama Girl has advanced 2 spots and is now in 6th. Zomrush 86 is holding 8th place, just a bit ahead of Hingham McCringleberry in 4th. With 1 lap to go, it's a tight battle for the top 8. Hingham might need a miracle to catch up now. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Ira Special is inching closer to the top 10. Scott Dixon and Ira Special are nose-to-nose for 11th. Shikamaru is really having a tough time now, sitting in 15th place. Gina Jones is gaining on Nulavi, closing the gap by over a second. Hingle May Kringleberry is climbing up to 3rd, making moves in the top tier. Nulavi is leading in a 2013 Ford Focus ST, which is known for its sporty handling and turbocharged power. Looks like they're comfortably in front, probably enjoying a smooth ride, while others scramble behind. Ikara 77 and Thomas Morin are neck and neck for 13th place. Amin-san is closing in on Shikamaru, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Wow, Nulavi just took the win. Looks like they were on a whole different level. Congrats on the victory, champion. Wow! Nulavi really took the checkered flag. Congratulations to them on an awesome win. They clearly had the speed and skill to dominate today's race. And a big shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap. Ah! You've earned yourself that sleek 2015 BMW CSL homage. A fine choice for any streetcar enthusiast. Hingle McCringleberry also deserves applause for winning the bet race. You get to claim that sporty 28 Lotus Exige 240R. Perfect for zipping around corners with style. Nice work to everyone involved in today's race. This is what racing is all about: speed, strategy, and a little bit of fun. Alright, everyone. The clock is ticking down to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't leave your favorite behind in the pits. Oh, look who's back. Welcome to the stream, TurboBenzina. Glad you could turbo back into the action. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars race their hearts out. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Ford Focus ST is known for its sporty handling and turbocharged power, making it a solid choice for tight and twisty tracks like Sebring. The Volkswagen Jetta, especially a 2016 model, is more of a comfortable cruiser with decent agility, but not exactly a race car. Given the cars, I'd probably put my chips on new for life with the Ford Focus ST. It just has that extra punch when it comes to acceleration and cornering. Hingle McCringleberry's Jetta might hold its own in comfort, but I doubt it'll have enough juice to outpace the Focus. My money's on new for life to take this one. But hey, I's unpredictable, so let's see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicked off at the Sebring Johnson Club track. Maya here. And guess what? I'm on pole with my trusty 2016 Volkswagen Jetta in the TCA class. Let's see if I can hold this lead or if the other cars are going to surprise us. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by me in second place and Scott Dixon hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start already. Amber Pinkwolf and Hingle Me Kringleberry are nose to tail for 8th place. Whip 3 out. 25 has gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Shattered Pixel has also moved up 1 spot into 13th. Maya is leading the race in a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like she's holding her position well, no overtakes yet. The car's been quick enough to stay ahead so far. Gina Jones is driving a 2019 Ford Focus ST. She's currently in 8th place, so she's holding her own but might need a boost to move up. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. New for Life and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 4th. Gina Jones is advancing to 6th. Maya is leading the race in a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like she's holding her ground well, but the competition is right behind her. Gina Jones is driving a 2019 Ford Focus ST. She's currently in 7th place and seems to be holding her own, but no major moves yet. Platniumera is racing a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves yet. Platniumera just overtook someone to climb to 14th place. Mudwolf and Platniumera are nose to nose for that same spot. N-Body Notes and Mudwolf are also battling for 15th place. Turbo Benzina and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 6th place. N-Body Notes just climbed 1 spot to 15. New for Life is driving a 2019 Ford Focus ST and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Scott Dixon is driving a 26 Audi, a 4B7. He's currently in 2nd place and has the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's holding steady and chasing the leader. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 3rd place. Dishonored Fox and Amber Pinkwolf are nose to nose for 9th. Dishonored Fox is climbing up 1 spot to take 9th place. Amber Pinkwolf and Dishonored Fox are locked in a close fight for that position. N-Body Notes is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 14th place. Amy's cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Amy is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the more nimble cars like the Peugeot and Volkswagen, keeping them at the front while the bigger engines struggle to catch up. Turbo Benzina is driving a 2018 BMW 125 iM Sport and is currently in 8th place. They're a bit slower than the front runners but holding their own. With 3out25 and Emma Pinkwolf are nose-to-nose for 10th place. N-Body Notes is sneaking into 13th, inching closer to the top 10. Dishonored Fox is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208R2 and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wow, Amy really outpaced everyone and took the win. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy, congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like you owned the track. Well done. And congratulations to everyone else for their impressive achievements. Amy, you can now claim that vintage Peugeot 308 because of your fastest lap. A sleek choice. New for life, you snagged that Ford Focus ST after winning the bet race. So enjoy your sporty new ride. Scott Dixon with the most overtakes. You get to take home that stylish Audi A4 B7. Great job to all of you for making this race more exciting than a Hollywood action flick. The 2022 Ferrari F175 is like the superhero of Formula One cars this year. It boasts a super innovative aerodynamic design that looks almost like it's from the future, helping it slice through the air like a hot knife through butter. This car is also powered by Ferrari's latest hybrid turbocharged engine, which means it's not only fast, but also a little bit eco-friendly, if you can believe that. Quite the impressive mix of speed and smarts, making it a real contestant to watch on the track. Alright, so we've got Gio going to Miracles in the Mercedes W13, and Violetta Mamama in the AlphaTauri AT03. Both are solid choices, but the Mercedes has that reputation for being a bit more competitive in the corners and speed. The AlphaTauri is no slouch, but usually the Mercedes tends to have a slight edge in race pace and handling. I'm leaning towards Gio Miracles taking the win here, but hey, races are full of surprises. Let's see how the track plays out. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bahrain and look who's on pole. And our K6 in a sleek 2022 Mercedes W13. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the rest of the pack has other plans. And our K6 has shot off the line into the lead. Exception is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Mattheosaurus Rex in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early. Chaosify is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Dioguna Miracles is making a charge, now in 11th. Maya is on a tier, overtaking 5 cars to land in 17th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing up to 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dr. Felix is also on the rise, passing 5 cars to sit in 20th place. Azax is having a rough time, dropping 6 spots to 25. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the chaos we call a stream. Glad you could join us again for some high-octane AI car racing. Sit back, relax, and try not to get too competitive with those virtual racers. Looks like Everlasting Apex is feeling cozy today. Maybe they're dreaming of a perfect lap or just trying to warm up the race vibes. Either way, morning or not, the cars are already racing like there's no tomorrow. Keep an eye on those overtakes. Things are about to get exciting. Riswat Indio is gaining fast on Exajax. Scott Dixon just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Looks like Amy and Scott are about to have a showdown for that position. Hellskank is gaining ground on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by a second. Double and Geogyna Miracles are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Amy just moved up 1 position to 6th. Geogyna Miracles and Move for Life are nose to tail for 11th place. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt has gained 1 spot to 15th. Quiz 44 is also climbing 1 spot to 17th. GamerBoss 72 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Maya and Schmerzen Live are locked in a fierce fight for 23rd. Ixijax is creeping closer, chopping down the gap by 140 seconds. Geogyna Miracles and Move for Life are neck and neck for 11th place. GamerBoss 72 and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 18th. Schmerzen Leven and Gina Jones are locked in for 22nd. GamerBoss 72 just sneaked into the 17th place. Maya and Schmerzen Live are nose to nose for 23rd. Looks like a fun little duel. Violetta Mama is driving an AlphaTauri, a T03, and is currently in the 16th place. Her fastest lap is a 140.421, so she's not exactly setting the pace but still hanging in there. Scott Dixon is in 9th place with an Aston Martin. and his best lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Wow, Exception just won the race. Looks like they're really on a roll. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, congratulations to Exception on winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. Looks like all that time spent tuning paid off big time. Now everyone's going to be trying to catch up to you next round. Great job! A fun fact about the 2012 Ferrari 599 X Evolution is that it's basically a racing version of a Ferrari 599 GTB Fiorino. But with so many track-focused upgrades, it could almost be called a different car entirely. It features a more aggressive aerodynamics package, a supercharged version of its V12 engine, and advanced telemetry systems to analyze every tiny detail of its performance. Basically, Ferrari gave this car the tools to be a track day hero, but kept it under wraps because, well, it's kind of like the secret weapon of their racing fleet. Alright everyone, grab your virtual wallets because the clock is ticking. Make your selection before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI dishes out. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the matchup we have here. On one side we've got Wrestling 567 in a Renault Sport RS 01 from 2015. It's a lively lightweight machine, probably pretty nimble around those corners. But on the other side, we've got Figure 8 Sport steering a 2020 Porsche 935, which is a modern classic with some impressive engineering. Considering the car choices, I'd say the Porsche 935 might have a slight edge thanks to its newer technology, potentially better grip and control. The Renault's a bit older and maybe a tad more unpredictable, but hey, sometimes the underdog surprises us. My money's on the Porsche, but I wouldn't count the Renault out just yet. It's all about who handles those turns best and keeps the speed up without sliding off the track. Alright everyone, Maya's starting at the very front with that sleek 2015 Ferrari FXXK, the fastest hypercar on the track. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position, or if the AI racers have other plans. Tyler has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third for now. New for Life is charging through the field, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya and Tyler are still neck and neck for the lead, no clear winner yet. Patsorts is climbing steadily, now in 4th after just 1 move up. Scott Dixon is climbing fast into 6th place. Unknown Tactics just overtook 3 cars to reach 7. Walk CB is on a tier, passing 5 cars to land in 8th. Buffin in 18 is on a tier, climbing through the field like a rocket. Tyler and Buffin in 19 are nose to tail, fighting hard for the lead. Tyler is now in 1st place. Maya has climbed to 2nd. Hingle Kringleberry is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the top. Wauxi PB and Unknown Tactics are nose to tail for 7th place. Figure Sport has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Betsma also up 1 position, claiming 13th. Buffin in 18 is closing in on Mehicle Broadcast, cutting the gap by 6.4 seconds. Hingle Kringleberry has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Maya and Hingle Kringleberry are now nose to nose, fighting for 2nd place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Unknown Tactics is closing the gap on Amy by over a second. Figure to Sport and Story Forge are nose to nose for 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Unknown Tactics has moved up to 6th. Walk CB is now in 7th. The race is heating up. Amy and Figure T Sport are nose to tail for 9th place. Captain Trippy is gaining ground, now in 17th. Niku Broadcast is also climbing, now in 19th. Maya is gaining on Hingle Kringleberry, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Walk CB is inching closer to Unknown Tactics, looking to make a move soon. Figure Sport and Amy are nose to tail for the 9th spot. This one's about to get interesting. Betsmar climbs to 10th place, now battling with Figure 8 Esport for that spot. Zombush 86 advances 2 positions and is now in 13th. Hingle Kringleberry is really closing in on Tyler, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to take 8th place. Figure 8 Sport is also moving up 1 spot to grab 10th. The battle for 9th between Figure 8 Sport and Story Forge is heating up, both fighting for that position. Hingle Kringleberry is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya is gaining on Tyler, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Unknown Tactics is inching closer to Potsource, closing the gap by just over a second. Potsource is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Gina Jones has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Niku Broadcast is also up 1 spot, now in 16th place. Wow, Hingle Kringleberry just took the checkered flag. Clearly they were in a league of their own. Well done. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. That was a pretty impressive race performance. And good news for the driver who got the fastest lap. You can claim the 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit. Seems like luck is on your side today. Sure thing. A fun fact about the prototypes from 1960 is that they were some of the earliest race cars designed with a focus on speed and innovation, often pushing the limits of aerodynamics and engineering for their time. It's like watching vintage tech try to keep up with today's fancy gadgets. Except these were the cutting edge back then. Honestly, they laid the groundwork for all the high-tech racing machines we see now, so you could say they were the true Augs of racing. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now is the time to make your move. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. Gina Jones in that sleek 1967 Ferrari 330 P4 has a reputation for speed and style, so she's definitely a strong contender. But Pippi Langstrup in the vintage Lotus 40 might surprise us with some unexpected agility. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward Gina just because that Ferrari is a powerhouse, especially in a race scenario. But don't count out Pippi needing a little bit of that playful charm to pull ahead. It's going to be a close one. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole in a classic 1969 Porsche 9082 Spider. This is gonna be a fun one to watch. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off into the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up. T-Boom is climbing to third place. New for Life is sneaking into fourth. Gina Jones is up to seventh. Gina and Rondon 69 are nose to nose for sixth. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race in a 1969 Porsche 9082 Spider. The car is a classic prototype known for its speed and agility. Looks like Hingle is holding a comfortable lead so far. New for Life is cruising in a 1968 Alfa Romeo T33 long tip, a classic with a sleek design. Looks like they're holding steady in sixth place, not making any big moves but staying in the hunt. Hingle McCringleberry is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. so he's looking pretty unstoppable for now. Scott Dixon is in third place, driving a 1968 Ford P68.Live. His fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so he's probably struggling to keep up. Maya is holding a solid 7th, but with the fastest lap. She's definitely eyeing some overtakes soon. Turbo Benzina is driving a Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet. Doyen. They're currently in 10th place, trying to catch up but still a bit behind the leaders. Their fastest lap is a 29.289, so they're holding a decent pace. Maya is holding a solid 8th place but is definitely eyeing those top spots with that fastest lap. Keep pushing. Amy is leading in a Ferrari 330 PP4, which is known for its sleek design and speed. He's holding a slight edge over Hingle McCringleberry, but the race looks tight. Amy is leading in a Ferrari 330 P4, which is known for its speed and elegance. She's holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap so far, so her race looks smooth and confident. Turbo Benzina is currently in 9th place, driving a Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet. Their fastest lap is a solid 0:28.247, so they're holding their own. Looks like they're closing in on the top 8. T-Boom is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet, a lightweight and agile car. They're currently in 3rd place, but their fastest lap is slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. Maya's holding the fastest lap and sitting in 7th. Looks like he's saving some speed for the final push. Random 69 is driving a Ford GT40 MTI, a classic racing icon known for its endurance and speed. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady with a decent lap time. Looks like a solid race so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the Lola 70s, with Maya holding a quick lap. The Ferraris are hanging in there, but the Porsche's pace is impressive. Overtakes might come down to who handles the curves best. Gina Jones is driving a Ferrari 330 P4, a classic racing icon. She's currently in 8th place and has a decent lap time but needs to pick up the pace to climb higher. Wow, what a surprise! Hingle McCringleberry winning again. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the victory. That was an impressive drive. Congratulations on the win. You totally earned it. Now, for the drivers claiming their shiny new cars, here's the scoop. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get the sleek 1966 Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet. Gina, winning the bet race means you get the legendary 1967 Ferrari 330 P4. 4. And New for Life, the master of overtakes. You get the stylish 1968 Alfa Romeo T33-2 Longtail. Nice choices all around, everyone. Alright everyone, time is running out to pick your favorite ride. Make your choice before the countdown ends or you might be stuck with the car nobody wanted. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is a classic battle of vintage racers. Pippi Langstrumpf with the BRM Type 15 versus Lux Ravenous in the Connaught Type B. That BRM is a beast, especially in its era, known for its speed and agility. But the Connaught, being a bit newer, and maybe a tad more refined, could surprise us with its handling. If I had to put my virtual chips down, I'd say the BRM might have the edge overall because of its raw power and aggressive design. But don't count out the Connaught. Sometimes a sleeker, well-tuned machine can outmaneuver the bigger, stronger one. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Hungaroring Retro. Scott Dixon is leading from pole in a classic 1961 Ferrari 156 F1 on. Let's see if those vintage wheels can hold off the modern chaos. Scott Dixon has shot off the line to take the lead. Flynn Chicot, 21, is holding strong in second place. Dr. Keith Sapperway is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Flynn Chicot 21 just took the lead, leaving the rest to chase. Maya is climbing fast into fourth place. Turbo Benzina is making a move into sixth. Things are heating up. Lux Ravenous is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach 5th place. Gabo Ogi and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. Team Tanatea has gained 1 spot, now sitting in 8th. D-Factor advances to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 12th. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose for 11th. Jeboogie just snuck into 5th place. Lux Ravenous and Jeboogie are nose-to-nose for that position. New for Life is climbing up to 9th. Looks like the fight for the middle is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 9th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 8th. Amy is advancing to 13th. Turbo Benzina is climbing fast into 5th place. D-Factor is also moving up now in 7th, just behind Lux Ravenous. Lux Ravenous and D-Factor are nose to tail in a fierce fight for 7th. Jay Boogie just overtook someone to take 5th place. Lux Ravenous is also climbing up to 7th. D-Factor and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail for 7th. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing to 2nd place. Turbo Benzina is advancing to 5th. D-Factor and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Turbo Benzina is now in 4th. Lux Ravenous has moved into 6th. Athena CNC is making a move, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Flinchicott 21, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Mua for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a tight scrap for 10th place. Lux Ravenous just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. New for Life is climbing up to 10th. Team Tinatea is making a move to 13. Looks like the race is heating up. Architect is climbing up to 11th place. Team Tinatea is now 12th place. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 15th place. Move for Life just overtook for 8th place. Looks like Pippi Langstrumpf is not giving up that easily. They're nose to nose in that battle. Athena CNC is driving a 1959 Aston Martin DB R4250i. They're currently in 15th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Turbo Benzina is rapidly closing the gap on Dr. Keeps Appleway. D-Factor has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Move for Life and D-Factor are locked in a close fight for 9th. Turbo Benzina and Dr. Keeps Appleway are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Team Tinatea, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing to 2nd place. Turbo Benzina is also moving up to 3rd. Lux Ravenous is making a move to 4th. The top 4 are getting pretty crowded. Scott Dixon is really having a tough time dropping to 16. Lux Ravenous is closing in on Turbo Benzina, now just 1.2 seconds behind. And I just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Jabugi is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by a second and a bit. New for Life is also catching up to Architect, same pace of 1.2 seconds. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 2nd place. Architect is moving up to 8th place. D-Factor and Architect are nose to tail fighting for 8th. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into 9th place. D-Factor and Mo for Life still neck and neck for that spot. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Amy's lead, now only 1.1 seconds behind. Turbo Benzina is right behind. Flinchicot 21 now, just a blink away. Maya is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the distance by a second and a third. Dave Factor has made a move and is now in 9th place, climbing up the ranks. Wow. Flinchicot 21, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Flinchicot 21 on winning the race. Well, deserved victory. They drove like they owned the track. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. That 1950 BRM Type 15 is an iconic car, and now Maya gets to claim it. Looks like we're all winners today, one way or another. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now, or forever hold your peace in the race. Don't miss out on the chance to pick the champion. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Sikopol with a 2009 Pagani Zonda R, which is a beast designed for speed and agility. On the other side, Trehartriad is in a 1998 Lotus Tiga Esprit, which has charm but might be a bit outmatched in pure performance. Given the power and modern engineering of the Zonda R, I'd say Sikopol has the edge here. The Lotus might be fun and nostalgic, but in this race I'd expect the Zondar to take the lead early and hold it. So, I'm placing my bets on Sikopol for the win. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, so I'll be watching to see if the Lotus throws us a surprise. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Grindelwald Long Track with the hypercars. Novicinov is on pole, piloting a 2017 Aston Martin Vulcan, a MR Pro, so buckle up for some serious speed. The race kicks off with Move for Life taking the lead, followed closely by me, Maya, in second place. Yabui Rwanda is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start already. Senyahima is on fire, climbing 3 spots to take third place. Nonstop is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to sit 5th. Yaboy Rwanda is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Hingle Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place. Amy is making her way to 10th. Mutuba is also on the move, now 12th. The race is heating up. Yaboy Rwanda is now in 1st place. Senyahima has moved up to 2nd. Aerotech climbs to 3rd. The top 3 are shaping up nicely. Mutuba is on the move, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrump is making a solid push up to 12th after passing 3 cars. Turbo Benzina is having a tough time, dropping back to 15th after losing 8 positions. Turbo Benzina is storming through the field, now leading by overtaking 14 cars. Strutting Jal is closing in fast on Trehatriad, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Zenyahima and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose, battling for the top spot. Senyahima takes the lead, climbing to 1st place. Yaboy Rwanda follows closely behind, now in 2nd. Aerotech also advances, grabbing 3rd. The top 3 are shaping up nicely. Kilukachu is climbing nicely to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Brando Buster are nose to nose for 6th. Triad is inching up to 13th. Kilukachu and Mestek are nose to tail for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot to sit in 6th. Brando Buster and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 6th. Yaboy Rwanda is really having a rough time, dropping 11 places to 13. Aerotech is climbing steadily to 2nd place. Mystic is also moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Kilukachu just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Amy is chipping away at Gina Jones, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is closing in on Mutube, trimming the gap by over a second. Gina Jones and Mutube are locked in a fierce scrap for 7th place. Kilukachu is climbing to 2nd place. Gina Jones is now 7th. Turbo Benzina has moved up to 16th. Brando Buster is gaining on Mstek, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Mutuba has also gained 1 spot, now in 7th. Kilukachu takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Pippi Langstrump and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 11. I am climbing up to the 13th spot, inching closer to the front. Senyahima is really having a tough time, dropping 10 places to 12. Aerotech is climbing steadily into 2nd place. Nistek is also making moves into 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are settling in nicely. Senyahima is on fire, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Maya is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrom, shaving off nearly 20 seconds. Cthulhu Kacho and Zenyahima are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a showdown is brewing. Wow, Cthulhu Kacho took the top spot. Guess Ola's tentacle stretches paid off. Well done. Wow, Cthulhu Kacho took the win? Congratulations, you're clearly the master of these AI cars. I guess all those hours of lurking in the deep paid off. Great job, keep that winning streak alive. Absolutely. Did you know that Ibisu West has a super sharp hairpin turn that makes even the most confident drivers do a double take? It's like the track's way of reminding everyone that speed isn't everything. Sometimes finesse wins the race. It's a perfect spot for some dramatic drifts, and maybe a few accidental spins, which honestly just adds to the fun. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Hurry up and choose your champion before the countdown hits 0. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Scott Dixon in a 2011 Aston Martin 177 for Phelan. Sounds like a classic, established rider. But that car is a bit of an old soul, even if it's a beauty. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrom in a 2022 McLaren Elva is fresh, probably packed with the latest tech and aerodynamic wizardry. I'd say the McLaren has a pretty good shot at taking the lead early on because of its modern design and speed potential. But don't count out Dixon just yet. Seasoned drivers can sometimes outmaneuver newer tech with skill and strategy. Still, my gut says the McLaren might be the favorite here, mostly because the car's newer tech and design usually give it an edge in a race like this. We'll see how they handle the twists and turns on Ibisu West. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Ibisu West, and starting on pole is Bedazzler in a 2015 McLaren P1 GTR. Looks like he's got the early lead, but with these hypercars anything can happen. Buckle up! Bedazzler has shot off the line to take the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. New for Life is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Maya is now in second place after a clean overtake of 3 cars. Rusna Palm 6 has also moved up 3 spots to 5th. Whitney Blanky Frankie is right behind in 6th, also climbing fast. Nature Yunuki is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Pippi Langström is making a strong move, now in 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the rise, now in 9th. The race is heating up behind the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2022 McLaren Elva-T. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Naturally Unlucky is driving an Aston Martin 177 Full VLN from 2011. They are currently in 10th place, so they're holding a decent position but not quite challenging for the lead. Tukins Flora is driving a 2005 Mercedes SLR, a classic hypercar known for its speed and style. They are currently in 5th place, so they're holding a solid position but not quite at the front. Naturally Unlucky is driving an Aston Martin 177 VVN from 2011. They are currently in 10th place and seem to be holding their position without much drama so far. Amy is currently in 3rd place with a 2022 McLaren Elva. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi Langström is driving a 2022 McLaren Elva. She's currently in 10th place, but her lap times are showing 99.99.999, which suggests she might be stuck or having issues. Hingle McCringleberry is in a 2022 McLaren Elva, starting 14th. They're currently in 8th place, which is a solid climb. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, but they're making moves. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones is chipping away at Bedazzler's lead, closing the gap by a full second. The track-only hypercars seem to favor high-speed precision, giving the top spots to those with the fastest lap times. The track's layout is likely rewarding raw speed and handling, which explains the gap between the front runners and the rest. New for Life is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a surprise move. Natural Unlucky is driving a 2011 Aston Martin 177 VLN. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing up to 6th place. Naturally Unlucky is catching Scott Dixon fast, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. No for Life is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. The track-only hypercars seem to favor the more specialized cars, like the McLaren P1 GT, R and Ferrari FXXK. But the Aston Martin Vulcan is holding strong, thanks to its raw power. The track's tight corners and long straights are balancing the class advantages. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2022 McLaren Elva.D. He's currently in 7th place, and has been making some moves, with the fastest lap among the Elva drivers. Looks like he's on a charge. Lynn Lilac is driving an Audi R8 Spider G from 2012 and 12. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the top 10, with a decent lap time of 1:24.08. Looks like a steady race, but still plenty of room to move up. Nick? Wow, look at that! New for Life just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Congratulations to Number 4 Life on winning the race. You really showed the other cars who's boss. And wow, grabbing the fastest lap too? A true speed demon. You've earned that 2015 McLaren P1 GTR, no doubt. As for the other winners, Scott Dixon, congratulations on taking the bet race. You get to claim that sleek 2011 Aston Martin 177 Thoriel. Humbly the fancy car with the most style in the lineup. And Hingle Kringleberry. Nice work with those overtakes. You did the most out there, so you get to take home the 2022 McLaren Elva.T. A perfect choice for someone who likes to make moves. Great racing, everyone. Can't wait to see what's next. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what a matchup we have here. On one hand, Scott Dixon in a 2003 Ferrari 575M Maranello Dotto. It's a pretty solid Grand Tourer with a V12 engine and a good balance of power and handling. On the other, we have Turbo Benzina in a 1999 Pagani Zonda C12 Stud. That car is a masterpiece of design and engineering, known for its lightweight construction and impressive power-to-weight ratio. Given the track is Brands Hatch GP with its mix of tight corners and long straights, I think the Zonda's lightweight and high downforce might give it an edge in the twisty sections. The Ferrari is great, but it might struggle a tad with agility compared to the Zonda. Though, I'm leaning towards the Zonda taking this one. But hey, never count out a well-driven Ferrari. This will be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Brands Hatch GP, and leading the pack is GM Trine in a 2006 Audi RS4. He's starting on pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that top spot or if the AI behind him has other plans. GM Prime has taken an early lead, with Arayu Serial right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrom is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is now in fourth place, closing the gap. Scott Dixon is climbing to seventh, making moves. Girl of Diamond is in 10th, but the real action is between Girl of Diamond and Kreisgoffer for 9th. Looks like a battle to watch. Ingo McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to take the 10th place. Ready Zero Activa Vixen is inching forward, grabbing the 7th spot. Girl of Diamond is also on the rise, moving up to 9th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Maya has climbed to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now in 4th. England McCringleberry has moved up to 9th. GM Prime is leading the race in a 2006 Audi RS4, which is known for its balanced performance and all-wheel drive. Looks like they're holding a comfortable lead so far, but the race is still wide open. Maya just overtook Arayo Serial to move into 2nd place. The fight for 2nd is heating up with Maya and Arayu Serial battling closely. Ingo McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th position. Ingo McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has climbed to the top spot, leading the race. New for Life has gained 1 position, now in 11th place. New for Life and Girl of Diamond are locked in a close duel for 10th place, neck and neck. Gina Jones is climbing fast into 2nd place. GM Prime and Gina Jones are nose to nose for that position. Ingo McCringleberry is making a move into 5th. Dyruk Official is driving a 2005 Panaz Esperante GTLM. Looks like they're holding steady in 14th place, but haven't made any moves yet. Pippi Langstrumpf is driving a 2000 Ford Mustang's EVT Cobra R. Looks like their race is pretty quiet so far, stuck in 7th with no notable moves. Hingumi Kringleberry is driving a 2006 Ford GTX-ON and has moved up from 15th to 3rd place. He's been improving his lap times, with his fastest lap being just over a minute and 43 seconds. Looks like he's on a good streak. New for Life just made a smooth move up to 7th place. Lord Buttrill is closing in on 5th, and it looks like Arayu Serial and Lord Buttrill are about to turn this into a mini showdown for 5th. Arayu Serial is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Radicero Activa Vixen and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck fighting for 8th. Turbo Benzina is also climbing 1 spot into 10th. Radicero Activa Vixen is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for 10th. The modern street cars are showing strong performance with the top 2 spots, and several in the top 10. The track's tight corners and short straights favor nimble cars, which explains the dominance of lighter, agile models. The slower lap times from some of the older or heavier cars suggest the track's demanding nature is exposing their weaknesses. Hingumi Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. New for Life is now in 6th. Turbo Benzina has moved into 9th. GMM Prime is driving a 2006 Audi RS4. They started in the 1st position and currently hold 4th. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're just holding on and not pushing too hard. Gina Jones is driving a 27 Hammond 430 Coupe. She's currently in 3rd place, holding steady with a fastest lap of 1:42.267. Looks like she's making a solid push, but still has some ground to catch the leaders. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Wow! Congratulations to Maya. You really showed them how it's done. That was an impressive win. And great job to everyone else. Maya, you're now the proud owner of a 26 Ford GTX-ON. Turbo Benzina, you took the bet race and can add a 1999 Pagani Zonda C12 to your collection. Hingumi Kringleberry, you're the overtaking king today, with the most moves, and can also claim a 2006 Ford GTX-ON. This was a race for the ages. Who's ready for the next one? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since the chicane demands quick steering and precise control. It's all about being sharp through the tight turns and maintaining speed without losing grip. Power is important, but if your car can't handle those tricky corners smoothly, the extra speed won't matter much. So, a well-balanced setup with good cornering capabilities would be my top priority here. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. We've got the classic Matra MS7 against the Eagle Mark 1T1G, both from 1967. So it's a true battle of the old school icons. The Matra has a reputation for solid handling and smooth power delivery, perfect for a tight circuit with a chicane. The Eagle, on the other hand, is known for its balance and agility, which might give it an advantage on a technical track like Circuit du Var. That said, given the chicane's tricky nature, I'm leaning slightly towards the Eagle. Its nimbleness could help shave precious milliseconds through those tight turns. But honestly, with classic cars like these, it's all about driver skill. And these AI drivers probably have that in spades. So I'd put my bets on the Eagle to squeak out a win here. But don't count out the Matra. It's a close call. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Circuit du Var with that tricky chicane track. Leading the pack from pole position is Flinchika 21 in a classic 1967 Matra MS7. Looks like a vintage battle is about to unfold. Flinchika 21 is leading the race, with me in second place and Gina Jones close behind in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Amy is climbing fast to take fourth place. Pippi Langström is advancing to 8th. Rondon 69 is now in 10th. New for Life is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the distance to just over a second. Rondon 69 is also making moves, now less than 2 seconds behind Roger Burr 302. Toadette TV is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G, starting from 6th and currently in 7th place. Looks like a close fight with Gina Jones nearby. The classic F1 cars are definitely making overtakes tricky with their handling quirks. The Circuit du Var's chicane is punishing the less precise drivers, keeping the top spots tightly packed. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 49, a classic that's known for its innovative aerodynamics. She's currently in third place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is holding second place in her Eagle Mark 1T1G, just behind the leader. Looks like she's got a solid grip on the race. No overtakes yet. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 49, which is known for its sleek design and agility. She's currently holding third place and has the second fastest lap time, so she's definitely pushing hard. Rondon 69 is driving a BRMP 83, a car known for its distinctive design and powerful engine. They're currently in 10th place, trying to hold on and maybe make a move later. Flinchicot 21 is comfortably leading and setting the pace. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. New for Life is driving a Matra MS7, which is a classic French racing car. They are currently in 6th place, just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding their own, but they might need to pick up the pace to catch up. Rondon 69 is driving a BRMP 83, a car known for its innovative H16 engine. They are currently in 10th place, trying to hold on with a decent lap time but losing some ground. Flinchicot 21 is leading comfortably in a 1967 Matra MS7. Their fastest lap is a 1:8.796, showing they're on a strong pace. Looks like a smooth run so far. Flinchicot 21 is leading comfortably in a 1967 Matra MS7. Their pace looks strong with the fastest lap of the race so far. New for Life is driving a Matra MS7, the same as the leader. They're holding 5th place and are just shy of the top 4. Looks like a solid race, but they might need a bit more speed to catch up. The classic F1 cars are close in performance, but the tight chicane favors precision over raw speed. The top drivers are staying consistent, but the track's technical nature is likely causing overtaking challenges. Scott Dixon is now in 4th place. New for Life has climbed to 5th. Toadette TV is now in 6th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up a spot today. Pippi Langström is climbing to 7th place. Rondon 69 is now 8th. Roger Barr 302 has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making a little push. Wow! Flinchicot 21. You really sped to victory at Circuit du Var with chicane. Nice job! Wow! Huge congratulations to Flinchicot 21 on winning the race. You really put on an impressive show out there. And the good news keeps coming. New for Life. You won the bet race, so you get to claim that sleek 1967 Matra MS7. That's a classic choice. Amy, you did the most overtakes. So you get to take home the stunning 1967 Ferrari 312. It's a little piece of racing history. Great effort all around, everyone. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Vintage ultralights racing cars are like the sprinters of the racing world. They're lightweight, nimble, and absolutely love to dance around corners. These little speed demons are often built with a mix of vintage charm and cutting-edge technology from their era, making them a perfect blend of old-school style and modern performance. It's like watching a classic rock band jam with a high-tech DG. Timeless, but always pushing the boundaries. Oh wow, this is a battle of old school legends versus the classic Japanese beauty. The Lola T290 is a pretty legendary car with a lot of racing history, but it's also known for being a bit tricky to handle, especially on a twisty track, like Streets of Willow. The Nissan R380, a 2 from 1967, is no slouch either, especially if the AI has it tuned just right. It's lighter, and might have better agility around corners. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Lola might have a slight edge on the straights with its power, but could struggle a bit in the tighter turns. The Nissan could be more nimble, and might chip away at the lead in the corners. Honestly, it's a toss-up, but I'm leaning towards the Nissan just because its lighter weight gives it an advantage on a winding course. We'll see who's got the better AI driving skills today. Stay tuned, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright, everyone. Buckle up because Rummy Fizz 13 is starting on pole in that classic 1973 Arc M F16 in vintage ultralights. Looks like we've got some vintage fire up front today. Rummy Fizz 13 is leading the race, followed closely by N Wolf for Life in second place and Hingle McCringleberry in third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Noor for Life just overtook for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Rummy Fizz 13 are still neck and neck for second place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in sixth, making a little progress. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to third. Wangatang Sam 272 is making a strong push to fifth, gaining 2 spots. Wangatang 272 and Rummy Fizz 13 are locked in a close fight for fourth. Rummy Fizz 13 is really having a rough time dropping to 23rd. Wangatang 272 is climbing steadily to fourth. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves up to fifth. Wangatang 272 just overtook someone to claim third place. Gina Jones is closing in on Nabling, cutting the gap by over a second. Smurfed Wendy and Krichke are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Drew Orfals is climbing steadily to the 17th place. Cheese and Dashauer is also making moves, now in 20th. Girl of Diamond and Cheese and Dashauer are nose to nose for 20th. Gina Jones is climbing nicely to 5th place. Pondon is inching closer to 7th, now in 6th. Amy is also making moves, now in 7th. Looks like Pondon and Amy are about to have a showdown for 7th place. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Grampy Jurf advances to 10th place, also up 1 spot. Smurfed 20 moves into 11th, making a similar jump. Pippi Langstrumpf is dropping like a stone, now in 22nd place. Smurfed 20 is climbing steadily, now in 10th. Krichke is making a move, now 12th. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th place. Grampy Jurf has moved into 10th. Cheese and Dashauer is now in 19th. Maya is holding her ground, but Amy is creeping closer, closing the gap by over a second. X-Ragnarox is right behind Girl of Diamond now, just a car length away. Ya boy Rwanda and Pacia are nose to nose for 15th place. Rumia Fist 13 is sneaking up to 16th, one spot at a time. Maya and Pondon are nose to nose for 7th place. Rumia Fist 13 is chipping away at X-Ragnarox, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Maya is in 8th place with a 1966 McLaren M1B. Fastest lap is a 1:23.842. So she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is now in 7th place. Smurf 20 is gaining on Grampy Jurf, closing the gap by over a second. Deluxe Combo is hot on Princess Wildface's tail, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Grampy Jurf is closing in on Pondon fast, the gap shrinking by 18.8 seconds. Girl of Diamond is gaining on King Groot, closing the gap by 6.2 seconds. And Amy just moved up one spot to take 8th place. Smurf 20 is climbing to 10th place. Keishke is closing the gap on Grampy Jurf by 2nd. PCIR and Jurf also locked in a fierce fight for 16th. PCIR is climbing nicely into the top 15. Jurfals and PCIR are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is chipping away at Rummy Fist 13's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Rummy Fist 13 is gaining ground on Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by 3.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is hot on Rummy Fist 13's tail, closing in by 2.1 seconds. Amy just moved up one spot to 7th. Wow, look at that. New for life. Taking the win like it's no big deal. Congrats on the victory, champ. Wow, new for life. Congratulations on your win. Looks like you really drove that car like you stole it. You definitely earned that victory. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for grabbing the fastest lap. You've got the speed, so enjoy that vintage Nissan R380A2. That's quite the collectible to claim. Gina Jones, you really went all out with the overtakes. That's some impressive driving, so you get the sleek 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Great job to all the drivers today. This race was truly a showcase of skill and style. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because Goldenport has lots of tight corners and quick chicanes. Being able to swiftly maneuver through those turns without losing much speed is crucial here. While straight line speed is nice, it's the car's ability to stick to the road and change direction quickly that really shines on this circuit. And of course, good brakes are a must to handle all those sharp turns without overshooting. Oh, this is quite a vintage showdown. Both of these cars are legendary in their own right, so it's really a toss-up. The Maserati 456 is known for its raw power and racing pedigree, but the Aston Martin DBR 11 has that distinctive balance of elegance and speed, especially in a racing context. Considering the Goldenport track and the handling characteristics of each, I'd say the Aston Martin might have a slight edge in consistency and finesse. But honestly, with such classic cars, it could come down to the driver's finesse. Or just pure luck. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race at Goldenport has just kicked off, and look at that. Cloud Surfer 69 is starting on pole in a classic 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. Vintage speed coming your way. Cloud Surfer 69 has taken an early lead. Waldo is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up. New for Life is climbing up to 5th place now. Darigos and New for Life are nose to nose for that same spot. Schmerzenlieb and Engelme Kringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Your Instinct is on the move, climbing to 11. Jerk Play just snuck into 3rd. New for Life is right behind in 4th. Darigos is holding off Abelaze for 6th place. Amy and Scott Dixon are still nose to tail for 8th. Your Instinct just nudged into 10th, climbing 1 spot. Darigos just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Abelaze and Darigos are nose to tail for 6th. Your Instinct and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. New for Life and Jana is still neck and neck for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, now in 12th. Ablaze is storming ahead, now in 1st place after overtaking 6 cars. Cloud Surfer 69 is right behind, and they're battling fiercely for the lead. Scott Dixon has gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Ablaze are nose to tail at the front. Bubute just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Mighty Chunk and Bubute are fighting hard for that 16th place. Cloud Surfer 69 just overtook to take the lead. Waldo is now in 2nd place. Jerk Place has also gained a spot, sitting in 3rd. The top 3 are really swapping positions today. Scott Dixon has climbed 2 spots to 5th place. Move for Life is closing in on Dixon, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Darigaz has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Cloud Surfer 69 is leading in a 1959 Maserati Tipo 6061 birdcage, and they're setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. My Instinct just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Amy is now within a second of Darigaz, so expect some action soon. The track's tight corners and fast straights are favoring the classic sports cars, keeping the top positions tightly packed. Darigaz just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Now Darigaz and Move for Life are nose to nose for 6th. Meanwhile, Your Instinct and Darigaz are also fighting for 7th. Things are getting crowded up front. Move for Life is gaining on Scott Dixon fast, closing the gap by another 1.5 seconds. Your Instinct just moved up 1 spot and is now in 7th. Your Instinct is now in 6th place. Mighty Chunk is gaining on Bubute, closing the gap by just over a second. Ablaze is hot on Mighty Chunk's tail, closing in by 1.7 seconds. Well, look at that. Cloud Surfer 69 took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, congratulations to Cloud Surfer 69 on winning the race. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Now, as for those lucky drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you've earned it. The 1956 Maserati 450s is yours. A perfect classic to add to your collection. Well done to both of you. Alright everyone, time is almost up, so if you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the moment. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car will dominate the race. Make your choice before it's too late, and let's see who comes out on top. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Chevrolet Camaro IMSA is a classic American muscle car, known for its power and straight-line speed, but it might struggle a bit on the tight corners of Ibiza West. The Ferrari F40 Competition, on the other hand, is a beast with its lightweight design and incredible handling capabilities. Honestly, I'm leaning toward the Ferrari dominating this race, especially on a technical track like Ibiza West. It's built for speed and agility, which are crucial here. But hey, never count out the muscle car just yet. It could surprise us with some raw power. Let's see how it turns out. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Ibiza West, and leading the pack at the start is Pippi Langstrup in the 1995 Chevrolet Camaro IMSA. Looks like she's got the pole position and a promising start. Let's see if she can hold on. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to hold her position. Scott Dixon is trying to hold off Amy for second place. Gina Jones and I are still neck and neck for fourth. Catgirl TM just gained a spot and is now 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. I and Gina are nose to nose for that position. Mafia Mavi is sneaking into 8th place. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Indigo Pete has also moved up 1 spot to 12. Mafia Mavi is driving a Renault 19 from 1993. In the BTC class, aisle. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingalima Kringleberry is cruising in a Lamborghini Diablo GTR. Looks like he's holding his position well, not making any risky moves so far. Indigo Pete's Volvo 850 Estate is holding its ground in 12th place. Looks like a steady race, no drama so far. Tyler is driving a Nissan Primera P10, a reliable but not the fastest car here. They're currently in the 8th position, so they're holding steady but not challenging for the lead. Indigo Pete is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. Looks like they're holding steady in 12th place, but with no lap times recorded, their race might be more about survival than speed. Maya is driving a 1989 Ferrari F40 Competition, which is known for its raw speed and aggressive handling. She's currently in 4th place, just behind Amy and Scott. Looks like she's holding her own, but the gap to the leaders is still manageable. No for Life is having a tough time dropping back to 14. Mafia V is climbing up to 7. Catgirl TM is also moving up to 8. The GTO cars are clearly dominating with the top 4 spots, showing their strength on this track. The BTC cars are struggling to keep pace, mostly stuck behind. The track favors the GTO class's power and handling. Emerald Tick 398 is driving a 1999 Nissan Primera P11, a reliable choice for endurance. They're currently in the 13th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Emerald Tick 398 is driving a 1999 Nissan Primera P11. They're holding steady in the middle of the pack, just a bit behind the leaders, and seem to be maintaining consistent lap times. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her playful spirit. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for taking the win. That was quite the race, and leading the most overtakes really shows some impressive skill. Scott Dixon, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the classic 1990 Mercury Cougar XR 7M Sega. Nice work on pushing those limits. Amy, you won the bet race, so you've earned yourself a 1995 Chevrolet Camaro IMSA de Terres. Well done on that victory. Great job to everyone. This race was a thrill to watch. Here's a fun fact about the 1988 BMW M5 E34. It was the first M5 to feature a V8 engine, which was a big step up from the previous models with their inline-six engines. This car was pretty much a sports sedan legend, and could hit 60 miles per hour in around 5 seconds. Not too shabby for a car that looks like a family sedan on the outside. Alright, everyone. The clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance. Don't make me pick a cute little hatchback for you, because honestly they might just win by default. Get those selections in before time runs out. Wow, this is quite the matchup. Scott Dixon in a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155Q4 versus Claudia in a 1990 Chevrolet Camaro Roxy. We've got a sleek Italian rally legend against a muscle car icon. The Alfa is likely to be more agile and nimble around Brands Hatch Indy, which is great for tight corners and quick turns. On the other hand, the Camaro probably has more raw power, especially on straightaways, but might struggle a bit with the tighter sections of the track. Given the track and the car's profiles, I'd say the Alfa Romeo has the edge here. It's built more for cornering and handling, which is key at Brands Hatch. The Camaro might put up a good fight, but unless the AI driving skill suddenly improves, I think the Alfa Romeo is likely to take the win. Alright folks, Amy's kicking things off from pole position in a 1990 Lotus Carlton, a true classic from the era. Let's see if her vintage ride can hold off the AI challenges on this tight Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The race is underway. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Kazoomer Girl in second and myself, Maya, holding on to third. Let's see how long that lasts. Maya and Kazoomer Girl are nose to tail for second place. Gina Jones is inching closer, climbing up to fourth. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gina are locked in a fierce fight for that fourth spot. Maya is now in second place, climbing up one spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is in fourth place, also moving up one spot. Dingle McCringleberry is in fifth place, making a move up one spot as well. The tight and technical layout of Brands Hatch Indy is making overtakes tricky, so expect some close battles and strategic positioning. Yates Ilgaming is climbing to 8th place. Prodigy Place 58 is now in 11th. Cloudy has moved up to 13th. Gina is driving a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4, known for its rally heritage and all-wheel drive. She's currently in 5th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Forty Afro and Shron are nose to tail for 9th place. The Hots 84 is climbing up to 14th. The Fots 84 and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 13th. Yates Selgaming is climbing to 7th place. Forty Afro is now 9th. Prodigy Place 58 has moved into 10th. New for Life is climbing up to 11th place. The Fots 84 and Shron are still nose to nose for 12th. Cloudy is inching into 15th. The Fots 84 is climbing fast into 11th place. Scott Dixon is also making moves into 13th. Aerotech is sneaking into 15th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Cloudy just moved up one spot to take the 15th place. Coyote and Shron are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Aerotech and Cloudy are also battling hard for the 15th position. Yates Elgaming is right behind Gina Jones now, closing the gap by over a second. Prodigy Place 58 and Forty Afro are nose to nose for 9th place, no room for error. Cloudy is climbing up to 14th, making moves through the pack. The Fots 84 is closing in on Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 is climbing one spot to take the 16th position. Aerotech and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a tight battle for 16th place. Prodigy Place 58 is racing a Nissan Pulsar GTR, starting from the 15th position. They're currently in 10th place, so they've gained some ground, but still have work to do. Inga McCringleberry is driving a 1990 Mazda Unos Cosmo. They're currently in 8th place and just moved up from a lower position. Looks like they're making steady progress. Cloudy's climbing up to 13th place. Imrotic 98 is also making moves to 15th place. Sumagirl is driving a Nissan Pulsar GTI-R, a turbocharged hot hatch known for its agility. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid run so far. Katsumago is driving a Nissan Pulsar GTI, a turbocharged hot hatch known for its agility. She's currently in 3rd place, holding steady, but not making any dramatic moves. Looks like she's keeping it cool for now. Wow, Amy, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Amy really outdid herself today. Congrats on winning the race. You obviously have some serious racing skills. And with the fastest lap, you now get to claim that classic 1990 Lotus Carlton. That car is a true beauty. Definitely a worthy prize for such an impressive performance. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to dominate the Okayama GP circuit, I'd probably go with the 1963 Porsche 904. It's got that classic racing pedigree combined with a lightweight design and nimble handling that should let it carve through corners with style. Plus it just looks like it means business. I mean, it's Porsche after all. So I'd say the odds are pretty good it would leave the rest of these vintage beauties in the dust. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the cars are waiting for your pick. Don't leave them hanging just because you didn't decide yet. Make your choice before it's too late and watch the race begin. Oh wow, what a matchup! Super Sigi is in a classic Jaguar type lightweight from 1963, a true beauty known for its sleek design and agility. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf is in a 1966 Shelby GT350, which is a beast with that iconic American muscle vibe. Considering the cars, I'd say Super Sigi's Jaguar might have the edge on handling and finesse around Okayama's curves, But Pippi's Shelby with its raw power could absolutely shake things up on the straights. Honestly, it's too close to call. I'd put my chips on the Jaguar for its lightweight agility. But never underestimate the muscle of the Shelby. This is going to be a fun race to watch unfold. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Okayama GP. Our frontrunner in Group 3, Door Rogue, is starting in pole position behind the wheel of a classic 1962 Jaguar Mark II. Let's see if that vintage charm can keep up with the modern speed demons. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Door Rogue is in second place and Amy is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Super Siggy is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has advanced to 2nd place, gaining 1 spot. Basket and Fee is also moving up, now in 3rd place after a single overtaking maneuver. Mutuba is climbing fast, now in the top 20. Dr. Monkey 13 keeps gaining ground, sitting in 8th. Kufo and Mew for Life are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a battle to watch. Sotsfired is climbing fast into 4th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is also making moves into 6th. Super Siggy and Door Rogue are locked in a close fight for 7th. Super Siggy is climbing up to 7th place. Door Rogue and Super Siggy are nose to tail for that spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move, now in 10th. Just overtook Door Rogue for 8th place. Kufo is closing in on 10th place, inching up 1 spot. Kufo is now in 10th place, closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf. They are battling it out for that 10th spot. Blanky Frankie has moved up to 22nd, making some progress. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing nicely into 9th place. Kufo and Door Rogue are nose to nose fighting for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is inching up to 13th. Neo Texum and Flanky Frankie are nose to tail for 22nd place. Evolution 954 is inching up to 25th. Kyroscope and Evolution 954 are locked in a close fight for 25th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is now 8th, closing the gap on 7th. Kufo has moved up to 10th, making a little progress. T-Bone is closing in on Mootube and Cheriffa Kitten. Mootube and Cheriffa Kitten are still battling for the 17th spot. T-Bone is now just a second behind Mootube. Ikar 77 is right behind T-Bone now, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Neotexum has climbed 1 spot to 22nd. Gyroscope has gained 2 positions, now 24th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 12th place. Evolution 954 is inching closer to the back of the pack at 25. Alex has no brain and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for the 25th spot. Gina Jones and Amy are neck and neck for the lead. Kufo is climbing up to 9th place, inching closer to the front. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 7th place. Indigo Peta and T-Bomb are nose to nose for 20th. Alex Has No Brain is making a move, now 24th. Basket and Fee is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Indigo Peta and T-Bomb are neck and neck for the 20th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. New for Life and Hingle are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Gyroscope is making a move and is now in 24th. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 10th place. Terrific Kitten is chipping away at Cobracle's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Indigo Peta is climbing up to 21st place, making moves. Wow, Amy. Looks like you've just claimed the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow. Amy took the victory, and with that, she's also snagging the fastest lap. Nice job. She can now claim a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF Pippi. You also did a fantastic job winning the bet race. So you get to claim the 1966 Shelby G. 350. Great racing, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Seattle circuit, I would go with the McLaren Senna. It's built for speed and handling with a focus on track performance. Plus it's got that aggressive aerodynamics that would probably make it stick to the curves like glue. Honestly, I think it could take the tight turns and elevation changes like they're nothing. So yeah, I'll put my money in the McLaren Senna to come out on top. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't leave me hanging, I want to see which machine takes the lead. Alright, this is an interesting matchup for sure. The 2006 TVR Sagaris is known for its sharp handling and lightweight design, so it could really shine on a twisty circuit, like Seattle. On the other hand, the 2018 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 has some serious power and straight-line speed, which might give it an edge on the longer stretches of the track. If Tug on It DTV can utilize the Sagaris' agility and stick to tight corners, he might just outrun the Camaro in those sections. But if Dishonored Fox gets a good launch and manages to use the Zlone's raw horsepower effectively, he might pull ahead in the straights. Overall, I'd say it's going to be a close race, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Camaro's raw power, helping Dishonored Fox make a late surge. Still, don't count out Tug on It TTV's handling skills. He could surprise us all. Alright, viewers, Connor Malady is kicking things off from pole position in a 2012 Rough RGT 8. That car's got some history, but let's see if the AI can keep its cool at the Seattle circuit. Buckle up! Connor Malady has shot off the line to take the lead. Axton Hits is holding strong in second place. Lady Gami is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Shota Todoroki 39 is climbing to third place. Lady Gami and Shota Todoroki 39 are nose-to-nose for third. Mafia Mavi has advanced to seventh. Mafia Mavi is climbing to 6th place. Ingo McCringleberry is now in 8th, and I am inching up to 11th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. No for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is also advancing, now in 9th. Ingo McCringleberry and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 9th place. The track seems to favor straight-line speed with the top drivers holding their positions, but overtakes could be tricky in tighter corners. The modern street cars are holding a tight pack, so the track must favor agility and handling over raw power. No clear dominance yet, but expect some slick overtakes as the race heats up. Deluxe Combo is driving a Porsche Carrera GT, a classic with a V10 engine, known for its raw power and lightweight design. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Connor Malady is cruising in a 2012 Rough R GT8, a car known for its sharp handling and German engineering. Looks like they're leading comfortably with no real challenge so far. New Life just overtook someone to take 7th place. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th. Pippi Langstrom and Ingo McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 9th. Lady Gami is climbing up to 3rd place. Shota Todoroki 39 and Lady Gami are nose-to-nose for that same spot. I and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 10th. Mar Pinkwolf is driving a 27 Chevrolet Corvette C6D06. Looks like he's stuck in the middle of the pack, sitting in 8th place. Not much action so far, but he's hanging in there. New for Life is driving a twin 2006 Saleen 7 twin turbo, which is known for its raw power and turbocharged fury. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not quite making a move forward. Looks like they're just cruising along, waiting for the right moment to spice things up. Platigami is gaining on Axton Hits, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Now Pink Wolf is closing in on New for Life, reducing the gap by 2.3 seconds. I am moving up one spot to take 8th place. Silhouette and Platigami are nose to nose for 3rd place. New for Life just gained a spot to sit 6th. Hingelma Kringleberry is inching closer to Emmer Pink Wolf, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Hingelma Kringleberry is climbing to 8th place. Gina Jones is now in 11th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 15th. The modern street cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track favors high downforce and handling. That's why the McLarens are leading with quick lap times. The slower cars are struggling to keep up on these tight corners. Shoto Todoroki 39 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 14. Platigami and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Ingo Mick Ringleberry is climbing up the field 2 spots to 5th. Dishonored Fox is closing in on Scott Dixon, now just a few seconds behind. Platigami has climbed to 2nd place. I am moving up to 8th place, slowly but surely. Shoto Todoroki 39 just made a huge move, overtaking 11 cars to take the lead. Platigami and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose-to-tail fighting for 1st place. Connor Malloy and Platigami are also locked in a close duel for 2nd. Wow! Platigami took the checkered flag. Huge congratulations on that victory. You really knocked it out of the park. Now, for all the drivers watching, if you want to claim a car, here's your chance. Maya managed to do the most overtakes today, so she gets to claim a 2009 Pagani Zonda R. Not bad at all for some spirited driving. Stay tuned for the next race. I can't wait to see who comes out on top next time. Alright folks, time's running out, so if you want to see your favorite AI car race, you better pick now. Don't make me do the sad panda face. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. We've got Scott Dixon in the classic 1973 Ford Escort Mark on Isaac Speed versus Schmerzenleib in the 1977 BMW 3-2-1 Turbo Duo. Now, considering the cars, the Escort is known for its agility and lightweight build, perfect for tight corners and quick maneuvers. On the other hand, the BMW Turbo is a bit heavier, but packs a turbocharged punch, which could give it an edge on the straights. Given Sochi's mix of sharp turns and long straights, I'd say it might come down to which car handles the best through the corners. The Escort might be more nimble on those twisty sections, but the BMW's Turbo could shine on the straights, giving Schmerzenleib a shot at a win if they manage to get a good exit onto the long straight. Honestly, it's a close call. If Dixon's Escort can keep its momentum through the corners and not get outpowered on the straights, I think it has a slight edge. But if Schmerzenleib's BMW Turbo can leverage its turbo boost at the right moments, it might just take the victory. So, who do I think will win? I'll go with the vintage BMW, but only just. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Sochi Autodrome. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a classic 1980 Ford Capri Zac Speed. Let's see if her vintage ride can hold off the modern contenders. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Inga McCringleberry is in second place. Scott Dixon is holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to run away with it early. No for Life and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Big Boy Bets just gained a spot to sit in 20th. Captain Trippy and Big Boy Bets are battling it out for 20th. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Team Tinatea and New for Life are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Maria Koblai has also gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Zelen Fox 213 and Marja Koblaic are nose-to-nose fighting for 11th place. Schmerzenleib and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Zelen Fox 413 and Arja Koblaic are locked in a close fight for 11th. Schmerzenleib is climbing to 4th place. Team Tinatea is now in 10th. Tinatea and Amy are nose-to-nose for 8th. Team Tinatea is climbing up to 8th place. Amy and Team Tinatea are nose-to-nose for 8th. Bethrelane is advancing to 16th place. Bethrelane and Karavinen are battling for 15th. Bethrelane advances to 15th place. Captain Trippy and A Better Bloke are nose-to-tail for 19th place. Maya is trying to overtake Amy for 2nd place. Ingle McCringleberry is hanging on tight. Pippi Langstrom and Bees McGee are wheel-to-wheel for 6th. Maida Koblaic is closing in on Nunu for Life. At a rapid pace, the gap shrinking fast. Schmerzenleib is closing in on Maya quickly, just 1 second behind now. Scott Dixon and Schmerzenleib are nose-to-tail for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom and Bees McGee are fighting hard for 6th position. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. New Life has moved into 9. Karunen is climbing up to 15. New for Life is currently in 9th place with a Toyota Celica Turbo from 1977. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya just overtook Hingle McCringleberry and is now in 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is fighting hard to regain that position. Big Boy Bets has advanced 1 spot and is now in 20th place. Maya is currently in 8th place driving a 1977 BMW 320e 21 Turbo. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Team Tanatea is closing in on Bees McGee, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Captain Trippy is moving up to 21st. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Team Tanatea is gaining on Bees McGee, shrinking the distance by over a second. The battle for 7th place is heating up with Team Tanatea and Bees McGee going wheel to wheel. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dixon are nose to nose for 3rd. Move for Life is chipping away at Team Tanatea's lead, now just over a second behind. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone to take 5th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for 4th. Bees McGee is closing in on 6th. The tight corners and long straight at Sochi are favoring the more agile Group 5 cars, but the Porsche 935/78 is holding its own with a decent pace. The vintage Trans Ams are struggling to keep up on this track. Pippi Langstrup and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 9th. New for Life and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Pippi Langstrup has just overtaken someone to move up to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi are nose to nose in that same battle for 4th. The Kaiju and Drew Orfalls are locked in a close fight for 13th. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the race. You really kicked it into high gear. And look at that! Gina also snagged the fastest lap, so she gets to claim the classic 1984 Capri-Zac speed. Well deserved. Scott Dixon, nice job winning the bet race. You can now add a 1973 Ford Escort Mark Ani Zaxby to your collection. And Pippi Langstrumpf, you were the queen of overtakes today. You get to claim the legendary 1978 Porsche 935/78 Tuttle. This was an exciting race, folks. Can't wait to see who claims the next shiny prize. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. So make your picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't let the best car slip through your fingers just because you hesitated. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, what a duo! The Audi R8 LM is known for its sleek handling and agility, making it a strong contender. Meanwhile, the BMW M6 GT3 is a powerhouse with serious muscle and stability. Honestly, it might come down to who handles the corners better because both cars have their strength. But if I had to pick, I'd probably lean toward Amy's Audi. It's got that finesse factor that can sometimes make or break a race. Pippi's BMW isn't to be underestimated though. This is going to be a fun one. Alright everyone. The race just kicked off at the Mas Duclos short loop, and leading the pack is Lee Rache, in a 2010 Alfa Romeo 8 CG. T3. Looks like the pole position is already paying off. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the others are coming for a surprise. Daniel McCringleberry has shot off the line into the lead. Lirache is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is hanging on in third but expects some action soon. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to fourth place. James Mayo is advancing to sixth. Gina Jones is moving up to eighth. Gina and Amy are nose to nose for seventh. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing steadily. Thomas Moran and Ixajax are nose-to-nose fighting for 16th. Rosie Gog-Gaming advances one spot to 19th. Thomas Moran just overtook Ixajax for the 16th place. They're nose-to-nose, so this could get interesting. Amy is holding 5th place, not bad but still behind Pippi who's in 6th. Looks like Pippi might have the edge for now. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 3rd place. New for Life is also moving up one spot, now in 4th. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose-to-nose fighting for that 4th spot. Scott Dixon has climbed to 4th place. Amy and James Mayo are nose-to-nose for 6th. Ixajax is up to 17th. Gina Jones and Naya are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Shron and Adam Flash are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Israel Narox just made a move to 13th, climbing up one spot. Thomas Moran climbs to 14th place. Yasek switches gaining on H2 Hovet, closing the gap by over a second. Rose Gold Gaming and Sufika locked in a fierce fight for 18th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Lyra Shai are nose to tail for 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 7th. Calico Bunny is also on the move. Now 9th. East Basic Switch has just gained 1 position and is now in 16th place. Essex Fitchix and H2 Hova are nose-to-nose for 15th. Tofik and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 19th. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. T. New for Life is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrumpf by 1.6 seconds. If Ragnarox and Shron are nose to tail for 12th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Iggs Ragnarox climbs to 12th place. Ix Ragnarox and Adam Flash are nose to tail for 11th. Thomas Moran is chipping away at Shron's lead now, just 1.8 seconds behind. Ixajax is racing a 2010 Chevrolet Cruze. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Shron is really closing in on Ix Ragnarox, the gap shrinking by 2 seconds. Thomas Moran and Shron are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th place. Rosegod Gaming is climbing to 17th place. Axton Hits is catching up to 19th place. Thomas Moran is in the 17th place, with a Peugeot 308 from 2006. Looks like he's battling to move up but still has some work to do. Hey! Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a 2015 Toyota GT86 G-Trail. The car is performing well with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they are comfortably ahead and maintaining a strong pace. Lyra Shea is right behind Hingle McCringleberry, now just a few car lengths apart. Looks like a showdown for the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to Scott Dixon, but still a bit of ground to make up. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Guess the competition was just a warm-up. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the crown. You really showed them what you're made of. And let's not forget the other drivers who earned some sweet rewards today. Pippi Langstrumpf, you won the bet race. So enjoy that shiny 2016 BMW M6 GT3. Maya, you were the queen of overtakes. So take home the 29 Alpina B6 GT3. Great racing everyone, can't wait to see what the next race brings. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The figure 8 is a tricky layout with lots of sharp turns and crossing points, so a car that can navigate tight corners and switch directions quickly would be key. Speed is important too, but if the car can't stay composed through the twists and avoid crashes, all that raw power doesn't matter much. So, a well-balanced car, with sharp steering and good stability, would give the best shot at dominating this kind of race. Wow, quite the vintage showdown we've got here. The 1977 Porsche 936 is known for its reliability and speed, especially on straights. On the other hand, the 1971 Ferrari 312 8BB is a classic, with incredible handling and a bit more agility around tighter turns. Given the figure 8 layout, which requires both speed and precision, I'd lean towards the Ferrari for its nimbleness. But don't count out the Porsche. It might just surprise us with its raw power. It's anyone's race at this point. I'll be eagerly watching to see which one takes the win. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the tricky figure 8 track. Leading the pack right now is Singoshi in a classic 1977 Renault Alpine A442B, starting from pole position. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with Singoshi leading the pack, Gina Jones holding strong in second, and Hingle McCringleberry rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones and Singoshi are nose to tail for the lead. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. New for Life is climbing fast, now in 8th, after gaining 2 spots. Amy is making a strong push into 3rd place. Move for Life is right behind, also climbing fast into 4th. And Maya is not holding back, catching up to 5th after overtaking 4 cars. Cloud Surfer 69 is on the move, climbing up to 7th place. Nimuidar is right behind, also making a move to 8th. Sakurai TV is storming through the pack, now in 9th after overtaking 5 cars. Things are heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, climbing to 9th place by passing 12 cars. Uncle Tobin is making a move, now in 15th after overtaking 3. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the rise, up to 16th with 3 more cars overtaken. Yamaster Tigami 9000 is on a roll, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 5 cars. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Memudar is hot on Cloud Surfer 69's tail, closing in by just over a second. Hymise is on a roll, moving up to 12th place after overtaking 7 cars. Pippi Langstrup is also climbing fast, now in 14th after a similar surge. Uncle Tobin is losing ground, dropping 6 positions to 21st. Maya is battling to regain ground after dropping to 10th place. Uncle Tobin is on a roll, climbing from the back to 16. Gina Jones is leading the charge, now in 1st place. Yamaster Tigami 9000 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16. Scott Dixon is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is making moves, jumping 2 places to 10. Epic Sugar is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 15. Navling just nudged into 8th place. Cloud Surfer 69 gained 2 positions, now 11th. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Emerald Tick 398, closing the gap by 230 seconds. Epic Sugar has climbed 1 spot to 14. Yamaster Tigami 9000 has moved up 2 spots to 17. Gina Jones, better watch out, someone's closing in fast. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 6th place, making moves. Navling is chipping away at Captain Trippy's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Captain Trippy is gaining on Unclearly Gaming, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Navling is hot on Captain Trippy's tail, inching closer. Meanwhile, Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Emerald Tick 398, but still needs to shave off almost 4 seconds. Singoshi is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Zachary TV is closing in on Amir Mudar, chopping the gap by 130 seconds. Yamsa Tigami 9000 is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 13. Amy is also making moves, gaining 2 spots to 16. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Nemuda is now in 3rd. Sakurai TV has moved into 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Navling, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is catching Emerald Tick 398, narrowing it by 1.8 seconds. Amy is closing in on G-Master Tigami 9000, reducing the distance by 330 seconds. The gap between Amy and G-Master Tigami 9000 is shrinking fast. Someone just gained a spot to take 6th place. Unclearly Gaming. And someone else are nose to nose for 5th. Nemonida is climbing to second place. Zachariah TV is now third. Someone is making a move to fourth, gaining 2 spots. Nemonida is closing in on Gina Jones fast, cutting the gap by 8.44 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Naveling is moving up 1 spot to 7th. Wow! Gina Jones just won the race. Looks like she's the queen of the track today. Wow, Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the race. That was an incredible performance. You're definitely the driver to beat today. And great news for Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom. Gina, you also snagged the fastest lap, so now you get to claim that gorgeous 1977 Porsche 936 from Group 6i. Pippi, since you won the bet race, you get to claim the same classic beauty. Looks like both of you are leaving with some pretty amazing cars today. Well done! If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. It's like bringing a rocket to a toy car race, with that legendary reputation and speed. Plus, on a LEGO Speed Champions circuit, its agility and handling would likely outweigh raw power. It's the kind of car that makes you think it might just outrun the laws of physics, at least in a miniature race. Alright folks, time's running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to get in on the fun. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides. Oh, this is quite the matchup. Scott Dixon in a Venturi 600 LM from 1993 versus Hingle McCringleberry in a Toyota GT1 TS 1T98 from 1998. Both cars have their charm, but the GT1 is known for its speed and aerodynamics, especially in its prime. The Venturi, while impressive, is a bit more of an underdog with that vintage vibe. Given the choice of these LEGO Speed Champions, I'd say Hingle's Toyota might just have the edge with its sleek design and racing pedigree, even in a LEGO version. But of course, it all comes down to the AI driving skills in this tiny race. My bet is on the Toyota to take the lead, and maybe even cross the finish line first. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the LEGO Speed Champions track. On pole today is Pippi Langstrom in a 1997 Panos Esperante G One. Looks like she's ready to chase some imaginary trophies. Let's see how this plays out. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race. Gina Jones is in second place. And Scott Dixon is holding on to third. Looks like a classic start with Pippi trying to stretch her legs. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Lightning Thief is also moving up to 12. The Dreamkeeper and Lightning Thief are nose to nose for 12. Yogi Numericals just nudged ahead of Neo Takesum for 14th place. They're really neck and neck in this fight. The track seems to favor the GT1 cars with their speed, but the retro DTM cars are holding their own in tight packs, so maybe the layout is tricky enough to keep things interesting. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Amy just overtook someone to take 5th. Nova Life is now 6th, closing in. Popcorn Slayer is 7th, but not for long if they keep this pace. Popcorn Slayer is in 8th place driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. The Dreamkeeper and Geo Guy Numericals are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Maya is creeping closer to Neo Texan, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya is closing in on Neo Texan fast, now just 9 seconds behind. Yingle McCringleberry has climbed to 2nd place. Amy is now in 5th, moving up 1 spot. Jerk Plays is on a tear, overtaking 11 cars to grab the lead. Pippi Langstrom and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 1st place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 4th, inching closer to the front. The Lightning Thief is on a roll, climbing 11 places to 3rd. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking into the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Derek Place is really having a rough time dropping to 14. Hingdala Kringleberry is climbing fast into 2nd place. Scott Dixon is also making moves up to 3rd. The track seems to favor the GT1 cars with the top 3 spots, but the retro DTM cars are hanging in there, possibly benefiting from tighter corners or a more technical layout. Derek Plays is racing an Opel Calibra DTM from 1996. Their race seems to be struggling since they are currently in 9th place and haven't posted a valid lap time yet. Diogo Numericals is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 Ti. 6th Auto 6. They're currently in 11th place and have the fastest lap among the retro DTM group, so they're pushing hard but still stuck behind some faster cars. The Lightning Thief is driving an Opel Calibra DTM from 1996. Tanticorci Fisoni from 1996. Looks like their race is pretty quiet so far, probably stuck behind some traffic. We're just taking it easy. No for Life is really closing the gap on Amy. Now just a second behind. The Dreamkeeper has climbed up to 14th place, making some moves. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to take the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle are nose to nose for first place. Gina Jones is climbing up to third, inching closer to the front. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps really paid off. Well deserved. Hey Naibi, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some crazy AI racing action today. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Wow, what an incredible performance from Hingle McCringleberry. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. Talk about dominance. Congratulations to them for pulling off the Triple Crown. Now, for the drivers still in the running to claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry is the lucky one who can now claim the 1998 Toyota GT1T S020. Looks like they're on a roll today. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. Don't let your favorite slip away because you were too slow. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, so we've got New for Life with the Red Bull and Beth Raylene with the Ferrari. Both are pretty legendary names in racing, but I'd say the Red Bull might have the edge here. It's known for its aerodynamic efficiency and handling, especially on tracks like Hidden Valley Raceway, which demand precision and speed. The Ferrari is also a strong contender, but based on the car choices and typical performance, I'd give a slight advantage to New for Life. But hey, in AI racing anything can happen. So let's see who takes the checkered flag. Sure. Did you know that the F1 2018 racing cars had a really interesting feature where the steering wheel was basically a tiny computer with tons of buttons and screens? It's like the driver's command center for adjusting everything from tire pressure to brake balance mid-race. Quite impressive for a machine that's supposed to go incredibly fast and make hairpin turns like a ballerina. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Hidden Valley Raceway, and Move for Life is starting on pole with a shiny 2018 Red Bull RB14. Let's see if they can hold on to that lid, or if someone else will surprise us. The race kicks off with Move for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Bethraline in second, and Nabi holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. No one's giving an inch yet. Down Toquest is climbing fast into 5th place. Rana Rampage and Down Toquest are nose to nose for 5th. Zotsfired is making a move up to 7th. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 5th place. Gina Jones and Daisy Keynes are locked in a close fight for 9th. Yeah, Pippi Langstrump is gaining ground and now sits in 14th. Naiba just overtook the leader and is now in 1st place. Move for Life and Naiba nose to nose for the top spot. Runner Rampage has climbed to 4th place, closing in. Move for Life is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon has climbed to 4th. Down Toquest is in 6th. The race is heating up. Zotsfired is currently in 8th place, driving a Renault RS18. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The Renault is a solid car, but no fireworks yet. Naiba just snatched the lead, now in 1st place. Zotsfired has moved up 1 spot to take 6th. Down Toquest and Zotsfired are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. Maya is currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders. Her Mercedes is running fast with a best lap of 51.536 Dura. Looks like she's making some moves but still has room to improve. Engel is showing some serious pace, but he's a bit behind. If he keeps this up, he might just sneak into the top 3 before the finish. No for Life is holding a comfortable lead, but Bethraline is closing in fast. Looks like a battle for second is about to heat up. Captain Canadian is driving a Ferrari SH71H. They are currently in 15th place, so not quite making waves, but staying in the mix. Down Toquest is holding off Rana Rampage by a car length. Gina Jones and Zotsfired are nose to tail for 7th place. Down Toquest and Rana Rampage are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now 12th. Gina Jones is inching closer to the top 6. Zotsfired and Gina Jones are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Shots Fired just overtook Gina Jones and is now in 7th place. They are nose to tail, so expect some more action soon. Rana Rampage is climbing to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Rana Rampage are nose to tail for that spot. Shots Fired is advancing to 6th. Shots Fired and Scott Dixon are battling for 5th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Down to Quest is now in 6th, and I am inching up to 9th. The race is heating up. Amy is trying to hold off Hingle McCringleberry, but they're nose to tail. Shoot 'em Up and Maya are still locked in that tight fight for 9th place. Wow, congratulations to Naibi. They really pushed that car to the limit and pulled off the win. Great job! And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You just earned yourself a shiny 2018 Mercedes-AMG F1W09EQ. Nice work. New for life. You took the bet race and managed to come out on top. Well played. You get the 2018 Red Bull RB 14 Looks like someone's making some smart moves today. Alright folks, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the AI takes all the glory. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright, so we have Naibi in the 2014 Norma M20FC and Scott Dixon in the 2010 Global GT Lite. The Norma is a pretty advanced prototype, built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Knockhill with all those twists and turns. Scott's car, while decent, is a bit older and more of a GT style, which might struggle a little on this circuit. I'd say Naibi's chances are looking pretty good here, especially if the AI leverages the Norma's strengths. But hey, we've seen surprises before, so let's see how it all unfolds. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Knockhill with Naibi on pole in the Ultralights class, driving a 2014 Norma M20FC. Let's see if that little rocket can hold on to the lead. Naibi takes the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is holding strong in 2nd place. Yakiramin is right behind in 3rd, trying to keep up. Tugonet DTV and Sir Pro 3 are neck and neck for 12th place. Emerald Take 3 or 988 and Aerotech are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Emerald Take 3 or 988 just gained a spot and is now in 16th place. Emerald Take 3 or 988 and Defactor are nose to nose for 15th. This race is heating up. Yucky Ramen just overtook someone to climb into second place. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 5th. Hingla McCringleberry is inching up to 7th. Adenat 44 is driving a 2004 Audi A4 in the WTCC class. They are currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. No for Life is climbing to 8th place. Cloudy is now 9th. Adenat 44 is in 10th. Looks like the pack is shifting. Lyricel just overtook someone to take the 13th place. Day Factor is climbing up to 14th. Emerald Take 398 is sneaking into 15th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing up 10 spots to take 8th place. Maya and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Looks like a close one. New for Life is climbing to 8th place. Cloudy is now in 9th. Adenat 44 has moved into 10th. The race is heating up. Tugonet DTV is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding steady, just a bit behind the leaders. Maya is now in 5th place, making a nice move up. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrom, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Emerald Take 3 or 988 is racing a 2007 seat, Leonti DI. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap time so far, indicating they're having trouble keeping up. Lyricel is driving a 27-7 Chevrolet Lacetti. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, averaging around 1:13 to P. The race looks tough for them today. Tugonet TTV is now just behind Sir Pro 3, closing the gap to less than a second. Gina Jones is gaining on Aerotech, but still a couple of seconds behind. Day Factor is right behind Lyricel now, closing in fast. Gina Jones is gaining on Aerotech, but still a bit of distance to make the move. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2019 Radical SR5, which is known for its lightweight and sharp handling. Looks like they're holding a solid 6th place, but the gap to the top is quite a bit. They're not quite in the mix for the lead yet. Knockhill's tight corners are favoring the ultralights with quick lap times, but the WTC cars are struggling to keep up with the pace. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a 1996 Ozella PA21 Honda Dutti. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Wow, Naibi just won the race. Looks like they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, massive congratulations to Naib on winning the race. That's some impressive driving. And now they get to claim the 2014 Norma M20 FC. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. They can now claim a 1996 Ozella PA21 Honda Dutti. Nice work! Who's feeling lucky enough to take home one of these beauties next time? Stay tuned. Sure, here's a fun fact for you. The Circuito Internacional de Vila Real is known for its twisty and challenging layout, with tight corners and elevation changes that make it feel like a roller coaster for cars. It's so narrow in some sections that drivers need to be super precise or risk taking out a few imaginary cones. It's basically a test of patience and skill, or a reason to hold onto your steering wheel extra tight. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the game decides for you. Don't leave your fate to the machine. Get those selections in quick. Alright folks, this is a classic showdown. On one side, we have Hingle McCringleberry in a vintage 1955 Ferrari 555 F1. That car is a bit of a legend from its era, full of character, but maybe not quite as nimble as modern machines. On the other side, New for Life is behind the wheel of a 1958 Ferrari 246 F1, which is just a couple of years newer, but could have some technological edge. Given the track's tight corners and sharp turns at Villarreal, the lighter and more agile car might have the upper hand. The 246 F1, being a bit more modern, likely benefits from improved handling and speed. But hey, the 555 is a classic, and could surprise us with its raw power. My bet? New for Life's Ferrari 246 might just edge out the vintage beast. But it's going to be close. Who do you guys think will take this one? Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is kicking things off from pole in the F-150 class, racing in a fancy 1955 Ferrari 55551. The race is underway at the Villa Real circuit. Let's see if vintage magic can outpace modern madness. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, just ahead of New for Life in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Mr. Wolf J advances to 8th place. Naiba climbs to 11th. Maya moves up to 12th and is now in a close fight with Naibi for 11th. Imbus Platinum is climbing to 3rd place. No for Life and Imjust Platinum are battling hard for that spot. Zerotimidiv is advancing to 9th place. Move Life and Imjust Platinum are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Maya is closing in on Naibi, cutting the gap by a full second. Gaila Tamama is gaining on Flinchiko 21, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Aussie 2002 is closing in on the top 5. Serotimalive is creeping up from behind, aiming for the top 10. Lil Sprout is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Serotimalive is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to settle in 5th. Enerzavage is making a statement, passing 4 cars to reach 6th. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push into 4th place. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 8. I am closing in on Gina Jones, the gap shrinking fast. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time dropping all the way to 20th place. Lil Sprout is climbing steadily to 4th. Serotimalive is also making moves up to 5th. Aussie 22 is climbing to 8th place. Gina Jones is now 9th. And I am moving up to 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Apex Milkbag is really closing that gap on Naibi. Now just 16 seconds behind. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is gaining on Maya by 2.1 seconds. My Lightning Thief has climbed 2 spots and is now in 14th place. Mr. Wolf J is closing in on Senar Savage fast, just 1.8 seconds behind now. Flinchiko 21 is chipping away at Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Apex Milkbag has made a nice jump, climbing 2 spots to 15. Apex Milkbag is closing in on the Lightning Thief, cutting the gap by 16.1 seconds. Runner Rampage is climbing up to 12th place, making a move. Scott Dixon is closing in on Apex Milkbag, fast enough to make it interesting. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Naiba with a little more urgency. Serotimalive just sneaked into 4th place, proving he's got some moves. Aussie Duoton is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 3rd. Gia Jones is right behind, also moving up 5 spots to 4th. Vinchikut 21 is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 11th. Mr. Wolf J is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is making a move up to 3rd place, gaining 2 spots. Saruti Milev is also climbing, now in 4th after moving up 2 spots. Mr. Wolf J is closing in on 0 time live, cutting the gap by over a second. Lil Sprout is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is making a move, now in 8th place after gaining 2 spots. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is climbing fast into the top 11. Now Lightning Thief is also making a move, now in 12th. Apex Milkbag is gaining ground, now in 13th. Maya is gaining fast on Lil Sprout, closing the gap by 5 seconds. The Lightning Thief is inching closer to Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, shaving off 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 spots and now in 15th place. Enchant Savage is on fire, climbing from behind to take the lead. Amy and NR Savage are nose to tail for 1st place. Rana Rampage is chipping away at Flinchy Caught 21, closing the gap steadily. Alright everyone, it seems like our AI drivers decided to take an unexpected detour and struggle a bit with the track. So, we're calling it early. But don't worry, the points for this race have already been tallied up. Thanks for hanging in there and watching these digital daredevils attempt to conquer the course. Wow, Amy, you really pulled ahead and won the race. Congrats on that impressive victory. And look at that! You also snagged the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a classic 1950 Ferrari 375. One done. Nice work! And new for life, you won the bet race, so you get to claim a 1958 Ferrari 246 F1. That's quite the prize for pulling it off. Well done! Both of you are leaving this race with some pretty incredible cars. Thanks for tuning in everyone, this was a fun one. Sure thing. Did you know that the Ealis track is famous for its tricky sharp turns that seem to imitate a roller coaster? It's like the car's worst nightmare and best playground all in one. Perfect for watching those AI cars attempt to tame the twists and turns. Oh, this is a classic showdown, isn't it? The Mercedes 190e Evo 2 is known for its balanced handling and reliability. But the BMW M3 GTR Evo has that aggressive power and sharp cornering reputation. Honestly, with these choices I'd lean towards Amy's BMW, because that model is a bit more race-focused and tends to excel in tight, twisty circuits. But then again, Maya's Mercedes has that old-school charm and might surprise us with smooth driving. It's a tough call, but I'd say Amy's BMW is probably going to edge out in this race, especially if the track favors agility over raw power. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Alice track. And leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a classic 1996 Opel Calibre DTM. Looks like he's got the early lead, so let's see if he can hold on to it, or if the others will catch up. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race, Pippi Langstrump is in second, and Fishent is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Fishent is climbing up to second place. Scott Dixon and I are still neck and neck for fourth. Amy and Scott Dixon are battling hard for fifth. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for fourth place. Gina Jones is gaining ground, now, in 10th. Maya advances to 5th place. She's closing in on the top 4. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 4th. Expect fireworks soon. Gina Jones climbs to 8th place. She's on the move. Gina Jones and New for Life are fighting for 7th. It's getting spicy. Gina Jones is really having a rough time dropping back to 23rd. Amy is closing in on Pippi Langstrump, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 6th place, making some moves. Your Instinct just overtook someone to move up to 19th place. Schoolbus Wustehevi and Your Instinct are still neck and neck for that same spot. Gina Jones is closing in on Gerlof Diamond, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Zugstakat is driving a Peugeot 205 Rally from 1985. They're currently in the 15th place, trying to make some moves but still stuck behind a few cars. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. The track seems tight and technical, making overtakes tricky and favoring those who start near the front. Instinct and Radazara Activixen are neck and neck for the 18th spot. Looks like a close fight. Gina Jones just gained 1 position, inching closer to the top 20. Scott Dixon is holding off New for Life for 6th place. Your Instinct and Radazara Activixen are locked in a close fight for 18th. Story Forge and Crazy Idol Fan are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Yamobius just gained 1 position and is now in 15th. Schoolbus Rustavi is inching closer to Your Instinct, cutting the gap by over a second. Naiba advances to 7th place. Your Instinct and Radazara Activixen are nose-to-nose for 18th. Gina Jones climbs to 20th. Crazy Idol Fan just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Justin Gilks and Zugsterkat are nose-to-nose for 16th. No overtakes yet, but it's heating up. Radioactive Vixen is closing in on Justin Gilks, closing the gap by 1 second. Gina Jones is moving up 1 spot to take 19th place. Gina Jones and Radioactive Vixen are in a tight battle for 18th place. Gina Jones and Radioactive Vixen are neck and neck for 18th place. School Bus Rust FE and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 20th. Maya is closing in on Amy rapidly, cutting the gap by over a second. Gina Jones is climbing up to 18th place, making some moves. Gina Jones is climbing up to 16th place. Zugsterkat is right behind her, both fighting for that spot. Your Instinct and Radioactive Vixen are nose-to-nose for the 19th position. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Clearly, they're the fastest thing on 2 legs today. Well done! Wow! What a fantastic victory for Hingle McCringleberry. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first and showing everyone who's boss. You truly earned it today. And great news for the drivers still in the race. Hingle McCringleberry, you can now claim that shiny 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. Nice choice for a retro ride. Amy, you also did an awesome job winning that bet race. You get to take home the legendary 1995 BMW M3 GT R Evo. Now that's a car with some serious history behind it. Thanks to everyone for racing today. Can't wait to see who comes out on top next time. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your last minute picks, or you might end up with a car nobody wanted to race with. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. In real life, with a classic Jaguar XJ2 20 from 1993 versus Scott Dixon in a Nissan Skyline GTR or 33LM from 1995. It's like a battle of the ages and styles. The Jaguar is renowned for its speed and sleek design, but is a bit of a vintage beast here, while the Skyline R33L is known for its handling and performance in racing circles. Given the track is Berlin E-Prix, a mix of tight corners and fast straights, I'd lean toward the Skyline for its agility and aerodynamic advantages. The XGT 220, despite its raw power, might struggle a little with cornering precision in this particular setting. So I'm putting my chips on Scott Dixon and that nimble Skyline, but honestly anything could happen. These AI racers don't always follow the rules of logic, do they? Alright folks, we're kicking off at Berlin E-Prix with Jungenstort 102 on pole, zooming in that vintage 1998 Mercedes-Benz C LKG TR GT1. Let's see if nostalgia can keep up with the new tech. Jungenstort 102 has taken an early lead, with Hingle McCringleberry right behind in second place. Pippi Langstrup is holding on to third, but don't blink or you'll miss some overtakes. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in fourth place. Maya is also climbing up to fifth. Reinecke is gaining ground and is now in ninth. Maya and New for Life are nose to tail for fourth place. Scott Dixon has climbed to sixth. I. Raphael is now in 12th and pushing to overtake Celeste Linari for 11. A. Raphael just climbed one spot to 11. Stephen Brinkley and Celeste Linari are nose to nose for 12th. Mutuba also gained one spot, now in 14th. Raphael is climbing up to 10th place. Stephen Brinkley has moved up to 12th. Celeste Linari and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for 12th. Mutuba just overtook Celeste Linari, and now they are nose to nose for 13th place. Navling just climbed one spot to 14. Cloud Surfer 69 and Bleach Mepsi are nose to nose for 16. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap on Pippi Langstrup. They are neck and neck with just a few car lengths between them. New for Life is right behind in fifth, not giving up the fight. Maya is looking to make a move soon. Maya just overtook someone to move into third place. Scott Dixon is also climbing up to fifth. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail fighting for fifth. Navling and Celeste Linari are nose to nose for 13th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is sneaking up to 16, just one behind. Stephen Brinkley and Global's Exia are nose to nose for 11th place. Mutuba just gained one spot and is now in 14th. Globos Ixel is closing in on E. Raphael, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for 10th place. Mutube is on a roll, climbing from way back to take the lead. Nonstop will 102, and Mutube are nose to nose, fighting for the top spot. Globoskill and ARFA are locked in a close duel for 11th place. Nonstop U102 is now in first place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 4th. Stephen Brinkley is making a move to 12th. Hingo Mere Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Pippi Langstrump is now in 3rd. And I am moving up to 4th. Looks like a tight race behind the leader. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Gina Jones is in 7th place, also up 1 spot. Amy is in 8th place, moving up 1 spot as well. Nonstop Wolum 2 is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Wow, look at that! Nonstop 102 just took the victory. Guess they're the fastest in the game today. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Nonstop 202 for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive display of skill. Or maybe just really good AI luck. Either way, well done. Now let's talk about the winnings. Scott Dixon, you won the bet race, and can claim that sleek 1995 Nissan Skyline GT-R 33. Nice choice. That's a classic. And Maya, with the most overtakes, you get to claim the 1998 Toyota GT 1TS 020. That's a legendary car, so I hope you're ready to give it a good spin. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Formula 1300 class is that those tiny racing cars are so lightweight that they can actually be lifted with just one hand, making them the perfect size for a quick pit stop or a fun race with friends. It's like the go-kart of the racing world, but with a serious need for speed. Alright. We have Silver Bee Gaming taking the wheel of that vintage Estonia 21 from 1981, and Queen Mondar racing in the classic Melkus MT77-2 from 1977. Both are pretty old school, so it's more about who can handle their rides than outright speed. The Estonia 21, despite its age, might have some advantages if it's well maintained, but the Melkus with its sleek design from the late 70s could surprise us if it's been kept in top shape. Honestly, I'd say it's a bit of a coin toss, but I'd lean towards the Melkus just because those cars often had a bit more finesse and sporty flair for its time. But don't count out the Estonia. Old cars can surprise us when driven with enough gusto. So who's your pick? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Knockhill. And Amy is starting on pole in her vintage 1977 Melkus MT77-2. Let's see if that classic can keep up with the newer lads. Starting grid is set with Amy leading the pack, followed by Bees McGee in second, and Red Panda Man 84 in third. Let's see if anyone can shake up this order early on. Dilip Gaming is climbing up to 4th place. Queen Manda and Wana Bakito are locked in a close fight for 6th. James Mayo is making a move and is now in 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Max Spearley is now in 8th. Mafia Mavi has advanced to 11th. Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Gina Jones and Dicey Canes are nose to nose for 14th. James Mayo and Mafia Mavi are neck and neck for 11th place. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Gina Jones and I are battling hard for 13th. So expect some fireworks soon. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Wanabakito are nose to nose for 6th place. Queen Manda and Senor Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Diazy Shines is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Senor Flip Flopona 100 and 2020 is closing in on Max Pirelli, shaving off 2.7 seconds. Maya and Daisy Chains are locked in a tight fight for 13th. New Wife just edged ahead of Scott Dixon for the 16th spot. They're nose to nose. No room for error? Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1981 Metal X MTX106. He's currently in 8th place but has the slowest fastest lap so far. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Bees McGee is driving a 1981 Metal X MTX106, currently holding 2nd place. Their fastest lap is just slightly behind Amy's, so they're pushing hard but still chasing the leader. Wanabakito is in 7th place with an Estonia 21. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so they're hanging in there but not quite catching the front pack. Scott Dixon is driving a 1975 Metal X MTX 103B. He's currently in the 18th place and seems to be struggling a bit with the pace, as his fastest lap is slower than most others. Daisy Shines is driving an Estonia 21 from 1981. They're currently in 14th place, just behind Maya. Looks like a tight race for them. Amy's holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control and aiming to seal the deal. Mafia Mavi is driving a 1979 Estonia 20. They're currently in 11th place and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Bees McGee is cruising in a Metalex MTX 16 from 1981, currently holding second place. Looks like they're pushing hard with a fastest lap, just slightly behind Amy's. The race seems tight at the top. Hagnian. Sofik is driving a 1975 Metalex MTX 103 BS. Their race looks like a slow crawl, currently in the last place and a bit behind on lap time. Bees McGee is driving a Metalex MTX 106 from 1981, holding second place and sporting the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Amy's cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Well, look at that. Amy just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow. Amy really showed us how it's done. Congrats on winning the race and snagging that classic 1977 Melkus MT77 too. That's a sweet prize for a sweet victory. And way to go, Hingle McCringleberry. You must be proud of those overtaking skills because claiming that sleek 1981 Metalex MTX 106 is definitely a win. Nice work, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. New Jersey Motorsports Park has a mix of tight corners and fast straights, so a car that can stick to the road and change direction quickly would come out on top. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, all that power might go to waste. So, a well-balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be the way to go here. Alright everyone, hurry up and make your picks. The clock's ticking, and we don't want any last-minute panic choices here. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the classic showdown. On one side we have Thomas Moran in a 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B, which is a beast with raw American muscle. It's big, heavy, and probably likes to show off its power in straight lines. On the other side, Deluxe Combo is in a 1969 Ferrari 365 GT B4 Daytona, which is sleek, agile, and designed for speed and finesse. Given the track at New Jersey Motorsports Park, which has a good mix of turns and straights, I'd say the Ferrari is the more well-rounded choice. It's got that sporty edge and cornering prowess that's essential here. The Super B might win some straight-line battles, but I think the Ferrari's finesse through the twists and turns will give it the edge. So, my bet would be on Deluxe Combo and the Ferrari. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes the heavy hitters surprise us. Alright everyone, strap in because Maya in the mighty 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi is starting on pole at the New Jersey Motorsports Park. Looks like she's got the classic muscle car edge, so let's see if she can hold her lead or if those newer AI cars will surprise us. Maya is leading the race right now with a strong start. Roger Bear 302 is holding second place, trying to keep up. Hongden is in third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Move for Life is climbing to 5th place. Silhouette is now 9th. Mutuba has moved up to 11th. Mutuba and Down to Quest are neck and neck for 10th. Mutuba is climbing up to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to 17th. Deluxe Combo and Official Classy Live are nose to tail for 15th place. James Mayo just gained one spot and is now in 21st. Roger Barr 302 and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Silhouette just overtook someone to grab 8th place. Mutuba is also climbing, now 9th. Looks like a tight fight at the front and some good positioning behind. Roger Barr 302 is now in first place. Amy has moved up to 13th. Official Classy Live is in 15th. The vintage supercars are holding their own, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more aggressive drivers. No clear dominance yet, but expect some surprises as the race heats up. The track's tight corners seem to favor the vintage muscle cars, keeping the top spots close. Overtakes are tricky, so expect some strategic moves in the later laps. New for Life is currently in 6th place, driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, Trans Am and MTU. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Jmagishat is making a move, now in 16th place after overtaking 5 cars. Amy is dropping back, now in 19th after losing 6 positions. Down to Quest is gaining on Mutube, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Anarchizix is climbing to 10th place. Gina Jones is now 17th. Thomas Moran has moved into 19th. Mutuba is closing in on Silhouette, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Thomas Moran is climbing up one spot to take the 18th place. James Mayo is driving a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama S. Their race looks tough with a slow lap time and a position in the last few. Hondan just sneaked into second place, making the race a bit more interesting. Pippi Langström and Base Nizar 2 are nose to nose for sixth. Looks like a photo finish soon. James Mayo is closing in on Basketen VV. The gap shrinking faster than my patience during a traffic jam. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap to the leader. Mutuba is gaining on Silhouette, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Roger Bear 302 is leading in a 1969 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona, a classic beauty known for its speed and style. Looks like he's got a solid grip on the race, pulling ahead with the fastest lap so far. John Wolf is currently in fourth place with a 1972 Lamborghini Jarama SF. Fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding a solid position but not quite catching the top. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor quick laps and overtakes in the corners. The vintage cars are holding their own, but the track's demanding nature might be causing some inconsistencies in lap times. Prodigy Place 58 is driving a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28.A. They are currently in the 13th place, and their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 19 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite in the mix for the top spots. Mutuba just sneaked into 8th place. Deluxe Combo and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to nose for 13th. James Mayo is closing in on Basketen V, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Roger Bear 302. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Roger Bear 302 taking home the win, huh? Congratulations! Looks like all that virtual racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see if you keep up that winning streak in the next race. Well done! A fun fact about the 1988 Tyrrell 17 is that it was actually one of the last cars to feature a carbon fiber monocoque chassis, which was pretty cutting edge back then. It helped the car be lighter and stiffer, giving the drivers a little edge on the track. Plus, it was driven by the legendary Martin Brundle, so it has some serious racing pedigree. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before the countdown runs out. Wow! This is a classic showdown between two vintage race cars from 1988. The Ligier JS31 is known for its aerodynamic design and decent handling, but it's not exactly a powerhouse. On the other hand, the March 881 has a reputation for being nimble and a little more aggressive on the track. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say Billoge with the March might have the edge just because it tends to be a bit more versatile and quick in tight corners. But honestly, with these old cars, it's more about who can keep it together without spinning out. So who do I think will win? I'd say Billoge has the slight advantage, but this race is definitely going to be a fun, nostalgic ride either way. Alright folks, the race is underway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Pippi Langstrom, in her classic 1988 Lotus 100T, has snagged pole position. Looks like she's got the early lead, but with this track, anything can happen. Buckle up! Pippi Langstrom is leading the race. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios is in second, and Billoge is holding on to third. Looks like Pippi is trying to run away early. Billoge is climbing 2 spots to 6th place. Sidney Gaming advances 1 spot to 11th. New for Life moves up 1 spot to 13th. Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving the Eurobrun ER188, a car known for its quirky design and underdog status. They're holding 2nd place, so they're doing surprisingly well considering the car's reputation. Ilocos climbs to 15th place. Architect advances to 16th. Mafia Mavi moves up to 19th. Looks like the race is heating up. Architect is driving an Arrows a 10B. They're currently in the 17th place, just behind Scott Dixon. Looks like a steady race with no major moves so far. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 17th place. Mafia Mavi and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 18. Gina Jones is closing in on Butch Zero, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Morningstar just overtook someone to move into 18th place. Mafia Mavi and Morningstar are still nose-to-nose for 19. Butch Zero and X-Basic Switch X are battling hard for 20th. Telescope is making a move up to 5th place. Maya and Telescope are nose-to-nose for 5th. Slips Leader Gaming is climbing to 10th. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 100T, which is known for its agility and turbocharged power. She's currently in 21st place, just ahead of the last few cars, and her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Scott Dixon is driving a Coloni FC 188. His race seems challenging with the slowest lap time among the top 20, and he's currently in the 18th position. Hingham McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Princess Wildface is closing the gap on Slipslider Gaming by a second. Architect is moving up to 15th place. The track's tight corners seem to favor the experienced drivers like Pippi Langstrumpf and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios. Overtakes are tricky, so staying consistent is paying off. Maya is closing in on the pack as Slipslider Gaming and Princess Wildface battle for 10th. Caffeinated Car and Arlo Coast are nose to tail for 16. The race is heating up with some close fights. Princess Wildface is really having a rough time dropping to 23rd. Slipslider Gaming is climbing steadily to 10th. Zugsterkat is also making moves up to 11th. Naru for life. And Zugsterkat are nose to tail for 11th place. Morningstar just gained one position to sit 17th. Its basic switch is closing in on Scott Dixon and has cut the gap by over a second. Its basic switch and Scott Dixon are also battling for 18th place. The F1 1988 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track favors those with better handling and stability. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading comfortably with the Lotus 100T, probably thanks to its balance. The Eurobrunn and March are close behind, but the Ligier and Tyrrell are struggling a bit with grip. Overall, the track's tight corners are shaking up the order a little. Caffeinated Car is driving the Ferrari F187 88C and is currently in 16th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wenty Tapsambong is driving a March 881. They're currently in 10th place, holding a solid position with the fastest lap of 1 minute and 1.469 seconds. Looks like they're maintaining a steady pace. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf really outdid herself. Congratulations to her for winning the race. Clearly, she's got some secret superpowers, or maybe just a more adventurous spirit behind the wheel. Either way, great job. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Hungarian retro track is that it's like stepping back in time, giving us a vintage vibe that really tests the driver's skill. It's a bit like racing through a movie set from the 1980s, with all the twisty turns and old school charm. It's the perfect place to see who's got the classic driving touch, and who might need a little more practice on those nostalgic curves. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Shoebox TV's driving that classic Penske PC-23 from 1995, which is a pretty solid choice for nostalgic speed. On the other hand, Scott Dixon's behind the wheel of a Lola T9500, which is also a race-winning machine from the same era. It's tough to call, but the Penske often had a bit more finesse and was known for its balanced performance. The Lola, while powerful, sometimes struggled with consistency in the mid-90s. I'd say Shoebox TV might have a slight edge thanks to that well-loved Penske chassis and the experience it brings on the track. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. So, let's see who takes that vintage victory. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Hungarian Retro. Gobardo is starting on pole in a 1995 Penske PC-23. Looks like he's got the advantage. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Gobardo has taken an early lead with No for Life right behind in second place. Scott Dixon is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are nose to tail for second place. Nick Romeval just gained one spot and is now fifth. Lindsay Cogdiwan and Hingable McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Scott Dixon and Move for Life are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Hingo McCringleberry just nudged up 1 spot to 5th. Rit Pandamanity 4 just gained 1 position and is now in 10th place. Amy has moved up 2 spots and is now in 11th. Tugon at TTV is climbing 1 spot to reach 14th. Shoebox TV is in 4th place, driving a Penske PC-23. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. Gobardo is leading the race in a 1995 Penske PC-23, which is a classic. Looks like he's got a comfortable gap at the moment, but with this field, anything can change in a blink. Gina Jones just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. Main Plebis 3 are nose to nose, fighting for 15. Prodigy Place 58 is in 8th place, driving a Penske PC 23. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up to 11. Amy and Pippi are nose to nose for the 11th spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 10th place. Ace Bezic's is now in 12th. Looks like they're both on the move. Vinchiak 21 is driving a Reynard 95I and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite making moves yet. Bobardo is leading the race in a 1995 Penske PC23. Looks like he's setting the pace with the fastest possible lap time. His race seems smooth so far, holding a comfortable lead. Red Panda Mini 4 is climbing up 2 spots now, in 9th place. Next to Romaval and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to nose for 9th position. Hubis 3 and Tug On It TTV are locked in a close fight for 14. Nexa Romava is climbing up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom is also making moves, now in 10th. Looks like the pack is tightening. Espesixwix just overtook Red Panda Mini 4 and is now in 11th place. They're really fighting for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is in 11th place driving a Penske PC23. Their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Gina Jones is currently in 6th place, driving a Penske PC23. She's made a significant jump from 10th to 6th and has the fastest lap among the top contenders, so her race is looking pretty sharp. Red Panda Mini 4 is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wow, Bobardo really pulled off a surprise victory at Hungaroring Retro. Guess the competition better watch out next time. Wow, Bobardo really took the checkered flag today. Huge congratulations to them. They definitely earned that victory. And hey, shout out to Scott Dixon for winning the bet race, so he can proudly claim that 1995 Lola T 9500. That car has got some serious history. Gina Jones, you did an amazing job with the overtakes, so the 1995 Penske PC23 is all yours. Well done on the aggressive moves. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1963 Agacini and Watson might have a good shot. It's got that classic racing spirit and probably a bit more modern engineering compared to the others. The Macau Ghia circuit is tight and twisty, so I'd lean towards a car that's nimble and quick on its feet. The Ferraris and other older models might struggle a bit with the sharp corners and elevation changes. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially on a track like Macau. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Gina Jones in the classic 1952 Ferrari 375. Indy versus Archeron 192 in the sleek 1960 Scarab Indy. Both are magnificent machines, but I have to say, the Ferrari has that legendary Ferrari flair and history, which is hard to beat. However, the Scarab was known for its innovative design and might have a slight edge in handling at Macau's tight corners. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward Gina Jones and the Ferrari, because historically, Ferrari engines have been a touch more reliable and aggressive at racing. But hey, with Macau's tricky streets and these vintage cars, anything can happen. Let's just sit back and see who gets to the finish line first. I sense a photo finish incoming. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Macau Gia with Scott Dixon on pole. But he's not in his usual IndyCar. No, he's in a vintage 1957 Curtis Craft 500B. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild mix of classic and modern racing. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead, with Pippi Langstrup in second and Dr. Felix holding on to third. Looks like a classic frontrunner trio for now. Rosauris and Naturalian Lucky are neck and neck for 6th place. Liam and Nulavavi are also battling closely for 8th. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing up to 10th. Blingshekot 21 is making a quick climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th place. Rosauris is also on the move, gaining 2 spots to sit in 5th. Gina Jones and Liam are locked in a close fight for 9th place, neck and neck. Some board boy just overtook someone to reach 10th place. Blingshekot 21 is now in 13th after a little game. Amy is climbing to 15th. Looks like Amy and Red Panda Manani 4 are nose to nose for 14th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to take the 11th place. Gina Jones and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Amy is also on the move, advancing 1 position to sit in 14th place. Gina Jones is racing a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. She's currently in the 13th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like she's holding her position but not making much progress. Archeron 192 is making a statement by climbing all the way to first place. Amy is not far behind, grabbing second with a solid move. Karma Girl is on a tear, overtaking more cars than anyone to sit in third. The race is heating up at the front. Maya is storming ahead now in first place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is climbing nicely now in 4th. The battle for third between Scott Dixon and Beats with Kev is heating up. They're nose to tail. Scott Dixon is making a strong move to the front, now in first place. Hippie Langstrom is right behind, climbing up to second. Dr. Felix is not far behind, grabbing third. Looks like a tight battle at the top end. Nulavi is climbing to 7th place. Layum is catching Naturalian Lucky, closing the gap by over a second. Arsharon 192 is gaining on Hikari Hamsam, closing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Quiz 44 is closing in on Nulavi, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Nulavi has climbed 2 spots to 5th place. Lium is also moving up 2 spots, now in 7th. Lium is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Move for Life is inching forward, now in 3rd. Nulavi and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 6th. This is getting spicy. Ingela McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing from behind to 2nd place. Rosaurus is making a strong push, now in 4th after overtaking 5 cars. Balsamic Vinfun. Bandit 83 is also on the move, jumping 9 spots to 5th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Hikori Hamzam just swept through the field to take the lead. Lynchcheck of 21 is climbing fast to secure a top 4 spot. Quiz 44 is making a solid push, now in 8th. The race is heating up. Naturalian Lucky is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Liu Yum is also climbing, taking 2nd place after a single overtake. Lium is now just over 2 seconds behind Scott Dixon. Jean Jones is closing in on Archeron 192, closing the gap by a little over a second. Beats with Cave has gained 1 position and is now in the 18th place. Rosaurus is gaining on Lium. Balsamic Vintu 183 is hot on Rosaurus's tail. Arsharona 192 is creeping up on Hikari Hamsam. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Scott Dixon really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to him. That was a fantastic drive. Looks like he's got the racing magic today. Can't wait to see what he does next. Well, a fun fact about the 1970 NASCAR racing cars is that they were famously powerful and loud, making the races quite the auditory experience. During that time, stock cars looked pretty much like regular cars, but packed a punch with big V8 engines. It's almost like watching cars that are just a little more aggressive than your average grocery getter. Plus, that era was a real turning point in NASCAR history, with more emphasis on speed and style, setting the stage for the high-octane races we love today. Alright, this is a classic muscle car showdown on a modern racetrack. The Mercury Cyclone is known for its sleek design, but the Dodge Charger has that legendary muscle car reputation. Since the Charger was built for raw power and straight-line speed, I'm leaning toward Buckybird and the Dodge. But hey, never underestimate the agility of a well-tuned Cyclone either. This might come down to who handles the corners better, and that could surprise us. It's a close call, but I'd put my chips on Buckybird to take the win here. Alright folks, the race is underway at Berlin Prix, and leading the pack is Scorched Log in a 1972 Ford Torino, starting on pole. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold its lead. Scorched Log has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second. Someone is currently in third. But with this pace, expect some shuffling soon. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Maya has advanced to fourth. Maya and another racer are locked in a close fight for third. Area 77 is making a move up 2 spots to third place. Someone and Car 77 are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to 6th. Car 77 is climbing to second place. Someone and Scorched Log are locked in a close fight for third. Detoxins is making a move to 10th. Maya is now in fourth place, closing the gap. Someone and Maya are neck and neck for that position. Detoxins and Lil Sprout are battling hard for 9th place. Looks like someone just snuck into 4th place. Scorched Log and the one fighting for third are nose to nose. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 16. and she's in a close fight with Amy for 15th. Scorched Log is leading the race in a 1972 Ford Torino. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying the view from the top. Hingle Mickringleberry's in 7th place driving a 1971 Dodge Charger. The race seems steady for now, but no major moves from Hingle yet. Buckybode is in 16th place with a 1971 Dodge Charger. Looks like a slow start, or maybe just saving fuel for the final lap. Catgirl TM is now in 14th place. She's closing the gap on Amy, who is just ahead. The battle for 15th is heating up. Catgirl TM is now in 14th place. New for Life is right behind her, both fighting for that position. Icar 77 is in 2nd place driving a 1972 Ford Torino. They've been quick but not quite as fast as Scott Dixon up front. Looks like a solid run so far. Detoxnans just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Detoxnans and Equinox 2 are nose to tail for 8th place. Gina Jones is chipping away at Lil Sprout's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Detoxnans is climbing up to 8th place. Lil Sprout is also moving up to 9th. Amy and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 15th. Equinox 2 just overtook Lil Sprout, and now they are battling for 8th place. Ashton Ayrton is in a 1972 Ford Torino, currently in the 13th place. They're just behind the top 10 and seem to be making steady progress. Kayosify is driving an AMC Matador, currently in the 17th place. Their fastest lap is nearly a 2nd slower than the leader, so the race seems a bit of a struggle for them. Catgirl TM just edged ahead of Ashton for 13th place. They're nose to nose. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Amy is in the 13th place with a Mercury Cyclone. Her fastest lap is over a 2nd slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Scott Dixon's Ford Torino is leading with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's setting the pace and holding strong at the front. Well, look at that, Scott Dixon just took the win. Guess he still got it. Congratulations on the victory. Wow. Scott Dixon really sped to victory, and snatched the fastest lap too. Congratulations! You've earned yourself a classic 1972 Ford Torino, from the NASCAR 1970 era. Nice choice! Who's feeling lucky enough to claim the remaining cars? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Hidden Valley Raceway has lots of sharp turns and elevation changes, so a car that can stick to the road and maneuver swiftly will have the best shot at staying ahead. Power is important, but without good control, even the fastest cars will struggle to keep their position. It's all about balance here, making sure the car can dart through corners smoothly and maintain high speeds on the straights. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The Renault R17 and the Red Bull RB13 are both sleek machines, but the Red Bull has a slight edge in aerodynamics and downforce. EHV Renault might be a bit more agile in tight corners, but Necrophantasm's Red Bull probably has the speed on the straights. If I had to pick, I'd say Necrophantasm will take the win, but don't count out EHV causing a surprise with some smart maneuvering. It's all about who makes the best decisions and handles the car well today. Alright folks, the race begins at Hidden Valley Raceway, and leading the pack is the Two Peas and a Podcast in a 2017 Haas-Fiat F17. Looks like they're taking an early lead, but let's see if anyone can catch up. The race kicks off with Two Peas and a Podcast leading the pack, followed closely by Dr. Keep Appleway in second. Gina Jones is right behind in third, ready to make some moves. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Scott Dixon has also gained 2 spots, now in fourth. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 4th position. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Haas-Fiat F17, starting from the 12th position. Their race seems steady so far, hanging around the middle of the pack without major drama. EHV just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is not giving up easily, staying close behind. Necrophantasm and A are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Dr. Keep Appleway is in 2nd place, driving a Williams FW40. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Life and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 5th place. Wild Kevinone has gained 1 position and is now in 14th. James Mayo and Wild Kevinone are also fighting for the same spot, 14th. New for Life is driving a Sauber C36 and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 51.126 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Maya is currently in second place, just behind the leader. Her Mercedes is running solid with a fastest lap of 49.767 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own, but no real overtaking yet. Necrophantasm is running a Red Bull RB13, currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 51.122 seconds, so they're holding steady but not pushing the limits yet. Amy is currently in 9th place with a Red Bull RB13. Her fastest lap is a 51.045 seconds, so she's holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like she's trying to find some speed. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Ihava Eczema is closing in on the top 6. Maya is currently in 2nd place with a fastest lap of 0:49.235. Her Mercedes looks quick and she's closing the gap on the leader. The race seems to be going smoothly for her so far. Nyax is closing in on New for Life. For 6th place, Ingle McCringleberry and Ihava Eczema are still neck and neck for 7. Necrophantasm and Amy are battling hard for 9. New for Life and Ihava Eczema are nose to nose for 6th place. Necrophantasm just slipped into 9th, looking to crash the party. Hingle McCringleberry's car is a Haas BF17, and he's currently in 8th place. His fastest lap is 50.763 seconds, which is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like he's holding his ground but not making any big moves. Wow, congratulations to 2 peas in a pod cap. They were really in the zone today. Great job to everyone involved, but especially to the winner. Well deserved. Now for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're taking home a sleek 2017 Mercedes AMG F1W08. EQ Amy. You're the overtaking champion, so your reward is a 2017 Red Bull RB13. Nice work, both of you. Looks like we've got some pretty happy winners today. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. The stream needs a little maintenance.